Good morning, chaps. Let's grab a spot of tea, shall we? The show will commence in 5 minutes. Remember, the factory must grow, just like my collection of finely crafted video games. Remember to check for a Twitch Prime. Wouldn't want to miss out on the perks, eh? Cheers.
Alrighty, boys and girls, good morning. How we doing? Welcome in. Welcomes. Carney, what the hell is that emote? Oh my lord. Righty. Coffee, check. Video games, almost check. Let's get things on the road, shall we? Let's go, gadget, go. One thing I do need to talk about first thing this morning is flipping Wowhead, man. Oh my god. I'm not going to go out there and call people gullible, but it was clearly a very slow news day in the office yesterday over at Team Wowhead. They, let's find a clear and obvious bug and tell everybody that it might make game-breaking changes if it goes live. Well, of course. That's why they get fixed. That's why they're called bugs. Unbelievable situation. Absolutely crazy situation. For those who may or may not know what I'm talking about, Wowhead did a post yesterday, let me see if I can find it quickly, whereas they decided in their infinite wisdom to tell everybody that there was going to be a vendor that sells reagents. When, like, it's clear, it's genuinely one of the most obvious PTR things you've ever seen. Anybody that actually does any significant testing would have completely dismissed this. There's several vendors, such as Rubble, while exploring the new raid, and while much of their stock has already crashed in price, two particular items still have some value on the auction house: Storm-Charged Leather and Gloom Chitin. So they're making a song and dance about this. Now, anybody that sees these items on a vendor would very quickly go, oh yeah, they're the default profession vendory dudes, right? That often have like a limited quantity on them or whatever. There's even a dude that has there's a dude that offers you the ability to exchange storm charged leather for gloom chitin and vice versa. Each one costs 2 of the other. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at this and realise, oh yeah, they've just copy-pasted a template NPC with some of the basic profession items on, and they haven't finished adjusting it. But of course, this makes front-page Wowhead news and causes people to go absolutely batshit crazy, like dumping their storm-charged leather and gloom chitin on the auction house at ridiculously cheap prices. It's like, dear God. I mentioned this in the Discord yesterday, that this is an absolute big fat stinky nothing burger. But of course, Wowhead needs clicks, right? Actually ridiculous. So in other words, ignore this. Student already made a video about it. It's just like, I would have seen this and I wouldn't have even thought anything different of it, because I've spent enough time testing on PTRs and stuff and the betas to understand that, yeah, this isn't a legitimate thing. The only advantage of it ending up in the spotlight a little bit is at least it pushes it much higher on Blizzard's radar to make sure they've absolutely, definitely 100% fix it. Because there has been scenarios in the past where they have forgotten to change values on an NPC before it's gone live, which is problematic. But shining a light on it is cool, but claiming that it could potentially go live like this is actually bonkers. Actually bonkers. Trusting Wowhead for financial advice. Yeah. To be fair, anybody that was smart yesterday would have bought up a bunch of the storm charged leather and the gloom chitin, because there was clearly panic sold. Clearly people dumped it on the auction house, panic selling it. And I'm quite sure you'd have been able to pick up a whole bunch of it really cheaply. The reason why it will 100% never go live like this is because storm charged leather and gloom chitin, for starters, can both be converted up. You can take 5 rank 1s, turn it into a rank 2. You can take 5 rank 2s and turn it into a rank 3. So this creates a maximum price on a rank 3 piece of leather being like 3 gold or something. Additionally, both of these materials run through thaumaturgy, and so that it would actually invertly crash the rest of the material prices as well, because you just buy these and you just have an alchemist doing alchemy things all day, converting it all to all of the other materials, and so it would nuke the entire economy in one go. Now, anybody with half a brain can see that that's what the situation is and why it's not going to go live like that, but apparently it made a big old article about it. My TLDR is ignore it, PTR do PTR things, and I'm quite sure a lot of people in the comments would have stated that as well, but that's the kiss curse of Wowhead, right? Oh, they're having a slow day. Let's find any scrap of something that could potentially make a nice headline and go with it. It's kind of a bit silly, really. Kind of a bit silly. God day, food day, good day. I mean, all of those things have their place, right? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Bad at typing. Hey, it's fine. It's the morning, or at least it is for me. I hope it is for you. Some rage bait, clearly. It's what happens when the game is boring. The new zone looks really good, and I will absolutely play the death out of the new zone for however long it takes to do most things in the new zone. But I can't imagine from a goal-making perspective 11.1 isn't really going to keep me interested for that long. That said, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because there's plenty of other games out there, and additionally, people keep telling me to go play Final Fantasy, especially with Blizzard absolutely nuking, literally throwing shade at Final Fantasy's housing situation. It only makes me want to go and play it even more, and just to get a really good experience of it. Ooh, Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2. There's options. I've always said there's no room in my life for more than one MMO, which is why I kind of try not to put too much focus on the other MMOs because, yeah, there's no room in anybody's life for 2 MMOs. This is why we play predominantly single-player games like this, to whereas there is a start, a middle, and a clear end to it for me. Means I can say, okay, this game is going to take roughly this long. Cool, we can play that game. A bit of Transport Tycoon, going old school. We could go real old school for sure. Blizzard are taking housing systems from Lord of the Rings, by the way, not Final Fantasy. No, they were throwing shade at. They were passively aggressively shooting shots at Final Fantasy, not taking inspiration from. In terms of the fact that there's like a lottery system to get the houses in Final Fantasy. There's also you have to maintain your subscription. If you don't have your subscription for X amount of time, you lose your plot of land or something along those lines, which is what Blizzard was shooting at. But today we are continuing on with Satisfactory. I was doing some research yesterday, and I was lurking in K-Chak stream, just getting a few things done, getting a bit of maths done, starting to figure out what we're doing with the power plant. Now, the smart of you out there may have noticed that it's already got a 2nd floor, and we're starting to get the infrastructure in place for a 3rd and maybe even more. None of this is plugged in yet, but this is because I was looking at the numbers, I was looking at the maths, I was figuring out how we're going to do our power, and I had the plan to retrofit this with rocket fuel. So we make the turbo fuel, we leave it making the turbo fuel as it was, but take the turbo fuel and then convert that into rocket fuel. But I actually have an alternative recipe for rocket fuel that's real spicy and cuts out the turbo fuel section completely. So I decided I'm going to leave this exactly how it is. The bottom floor can just be as it is. It's fine, it's chilling. And we'll just make a brand new rocket fuel, but we'll build it on top. So I started trying to plan spacing out. I did some maths, I did some numbers. I went and I had a little bit of a looky at the crude oil node over here, the crude oil well. Had a little look at this, dropped a thing on it to see how much juice is in there, and there's a reasonable amount. 900 meters cubed of fully slugged, that is 900 meters cubed a minute of crude oil from there. And if you remember that we had a completely spare untapped pure node, which by itself is capable of producing 600. So we got 1,500 cubic meters of crude oil available to us per minute. Which is loads, which is actually loads. So I took that as a base value and tried to do some numbers, and I put some I copy pasted my little number board that we had for our original power. This was to do the calculations for turbo fuel, so I remembered what the hell was going on when we come back to it. And I did an equivalent for rocket fuel, so we'll go through this in a second. By the way, not getting notifications from Twitch or Discord that you're streaming, only on YouTube with a 5-minute delay. Discord notifications you have to opt in for. You can there's the role selection channel in Discord. You can opt in for the live stream ones. I put out a notification each morning. Both Twitch and YouTube don't instantly send out notifications when the stream goes live. Neither of those platforms notify people instantly. Twitch has been a little bit more calculated. Twitch sends out notifications within the first 3 hours of a stream going live. This is why you will see most streamers, They will grow in viewership in their first 3... Yeah, if you don't stream, you probably don't pay attention to this. But like most streamers grow in viewership for about the first 3 hours and then they plateau. That's usually because Twitch is pushing their stream via notifications for the first few hours and people are joining in. But then soon as all of the notifications stop going out, it tends to plateau. And by that point, you know, the people who are going to watch the stream have watched. Some people drop off, some people join in, so it sort of plateaus naturally. YouTube's probably the same. Yeah, I should also point out that the Discord notification is one I do manually. I don't have a bot set up to do it or anything. I do it manually, so there has been the odd occasion where I forget to do it. But I did it this morning. It should be all good. That's the good part about Final Fantasy. It makes the land value go burr. Well, see, this is the difference for me, right? It feels like the Final Fantasy housing system is more almost realistic. I think the Blizzard one is the Blizzard one of like you get a house and you get a house and you get a house. The you know, equal opportunity for everybody side of things might quickly make quite quickly make the WoW one have less inherent value if everybody has one. It's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah, WoW's gone with a participation award model. Yeah, clearly. We'll see how it turns out anyway. We'll see how it turns out. Anyway, rocket fuel. I figured out that with that pure node and the oil vein, we got 1,500 a minute. Now, we're still using oil burners. So we need to turn all of that crude oil into fuel first. We can create a single refinery can utilize 60 per minute crude oil. So we're going to need 25 refineries making fuel in the first place. So we're going to need to build that first. We're going to have to turn it all into fuel. Once that's done, that's going to give us somewhere in the region of about 1,000 fuel per minute, which, as you can already see, was 2.5 times more than what we had over here. Same scenario. We're going to sink all of the residue for now. We might choose to turn it into plastic or rubber later, but it's not super important unless we're running out on those two items. And then we're going to use the nitro fuel alt recipe. The nitro fuel alt recipe is an actual monster. This thing, nitro rocket fuel, take fuel, add nitrogen gas to it, add sulfur to it, add coal to it. Boom, rocket fuel. The maths on this is actually ludicrous. Actually wild. So we can take all of the fuel that we're producing, we can turn it into rocket fuel, we get a bunch of compacted coal back, and actually the maths interestingly works out that the compacted coal that we produce via this process is actually enough to run our entire turbo fuel as it is right now. So this kind of will cease to be necessary. But that's good because we need the sulfur and we need the coal for the nitro fuel in the first place. But I went and did some further maths to check that we've got enough of everything that we need. We're going to need 10 blenders making the rocket fuel, as they can produce 150 a minute, meaning that we're going to have 1,500 rocket fuel a minute. Rocket fuel is only consumed at a really weird 4.167 per minute. I'm not entirely sure why these numbers are so weird and wacky. I'm sure the Satisfactory devs have some reason behind this. But that means we need potentially 360 oil burner things. Which, yeah, fuel powered generators. We need potentially 360 of these. Which is a lot. Is a lot. Huge amount. Huge amount. Let me get you open on both. Reclining Gamer, I appreciate it either way. I have my chat merged so I can see both chats in one go. You can live wherever you are more comfortable. Technically, more of the chatter tends to happen on the Twitch side of things, but it's entirely up to you. So, if I wanted to keep in my similar design to what we had as before, one floor houses 40 And I need 360 more. So, hence we are going to go tall. We're going to go up. We're going to go up into the sky. Up into the sky. 40 per level. Those who are good at maths will understand that 360 divided by 40 is 9. 9 additional floors we are going to need for all of the actual burning of the rocket fuels. But that's going to give us a mountain of power, an absolute mountain of power. Mountain of power relative to what we've got right now, at least, anyway. I'm probably going to do it in stages, because building these floors, it takes me probably 20 minutes to make a single floor, and we need 8 more of them. So this is going to end up being a very, very tall power tower. But it's going to look, you know, once we beautify it a little bit, it'll just be open and it'll just be a shell until we get it all built, and then we can make it look, I don't know, beautiful maybe. Make a blueprint for part of it. But that's what I've done. I took my blueprint. Where did I put it? I think where did I put it? Where's me? Oh, literally right in front of me. I've made a little blueprint that at least is 2 of them, which is going to make the stamping down of it a little bit quicker and easier, meaning I'm not having to mess around with too many pipes or power poles or stuff. So we should be able to stamp it down a bit quicker. Obviously, unlike Factorio, there is limitations on the size of the blueprints, but the reality is I floor is probably going to be about 10,000 megawatts of power. If we convert everything into the rocket fuel in the first place, I know how big we can go with this. Every time I need more power, I can just stamp down another floor and boom. We should be good to go. But doing the maths on all of that, it should give us about 90,000 megawatts of power once it's fully built, fully erect, which is plenty. Not only that, it will also give us rocket fuel and a huge amount of other stuff as well. So this is how we're going to go with this. Should in theory keep me going for a while. I sense that when we go into the next phase, which we're actually going to finish this today, hopefully as well. When we go into the next phase, there's the need for power is probably going to grow exponentially. I noticed already those particle accelerator doodah things, once slugged and slooped, use filthy amounts of power. One of those running by itself can take like 8,000 or 9,000 megawatts of power. So, yeah, we're gonna need the upgrade. We're running a risk at the moment. The fact that we are potentially consuming more than we're producing, even though half our factory is not on. But if it does turn on, I have issues. So. You can use power shards to make the build smaller, since there's no downside on using the power shards on the generating buildings, apart from the huge amount of shards needed. Yeah, that's true. There's plenty of slugs, and I've already got plenty of shards, so if I get bored building floors, I would probably want it to be like big and grandioso eventually anyway. But yeah, you're right. If I get bored, I can just go slam, I don't know, what's it, 120 power shards in a level. If there's 40 on each, 3 in each, that would give me 2.5 times the power output from a single floor, which means we could turn the 9 floors into probably 4 eventually, if I really wanted to, but I would need to go get the power shards for it all, yeah. Never played Satisfactory until I saw you playing it, started it for the first time a few days ago. It's crazy how your build looks compared to my leaf-fueled ingot production. You'll get there. You'll get there. Don't worry. Don't worry. You will get there. It may take a little while, but you will get there for sure. Let's put out a vote. Pioneer Manthea should stream 24/7. Look, I think I'm on about... I don't even know what it is right now, but I don't think I think I've streamed for like 3 weeks straight at this point already. The last time I took a day off was Sunday the 19th of January. Before that, it was the 12th of January. So, I'm not far away from 24/7. Not 24 hours a day, but I've streamed 7 days a week for the last while. Last while, for sure. Tomorrow and Sunday, that's a good point. Tomorrow and Sunday might be... I will have to see. I will have to see. I've not actually checked the schedule fully. Shit, I'm gonna die. Shit, I'm gonna die. I forgot I'm still using rocket fuel. Obvious, had to have church. Yeah, exactly. We gotta pray to the pizza gods, right? We gotta pray to the pizza gods. Alignment is always fun. I think it's like, I don't know, one complete back, then on the doodah. No, the other way round. Delete. Oh, what am I doing? Just make this easier on myself. Once I get the first one in the right place, if I get the first one in the right place, everything else just fits. We've got to get that first one in the right place. Right, okay. Yeah, once that one's in, the rest of it can work fine. So I should technically be able to use this. Alright, well, maybe I need to place the first two to get my position. Does that look right? No, that's fucking miles off. There. We need a little bit of a gap for the pipes. But I think there. As long as the machine, so we should be able to go. Why is that not gonna play game? We should have one of those that goes smack bang in the middle. Actually, whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 don't dismantle the whole blueprint. That should be dead center in the square. Yeah, okay. Obviously setting up all of these is going to take a huge amount of time, which I'm probably not going to bother doing on stream. I want to get a couple of levels sorted so we can get a couple of levels turned on, but I'm more interested in getting all of the refining and the blending and all of that infrastructure up and running first, I think. That makes more sense to me. So all I need to do is come along and connect power and that one pipe. And it should make putting the rest of it together a bit easier. A bit easier. Like such. Feels like the previous layer is a bit deeper. These power poles have some space before them. The previous layer wasn't built using the same blueprint. I did all of this by hand, so that pipe length might be a little bit less than what I've got in my blueprint. That's fine. This is the first time I've actually used that blueprint. But at the end of the day, as long as the 40 fit in here, it doesn't have to be pixel perfect. I just like to get the... If I get the first one in the right place, you know, you get the first one in the right place, the rest of it falls into place quite nicely. I need to figure out how I actually get power up. I'm probably going to do some... If we do... wall outlets up here. Run power up the wall like that. I know it clips through the floor, but what are you going to do? Actually, I've just thought, do I actually want to give all of this power yet? Isn't it going to use... I don't know, whatever. It'll power my jetpack, if nothing else. You can do it on the outside so it doesn't clip. I'm probably going to cover... Yeah, it'll all get covered up anyway. Here's my theory. It's all going to get covered up anyway. Power lines is the one thing I don't really care about clipping. Because I think if you start getting that OCD with power lines, you're just going to be in for a bad time. I might repeat the process over this side though, so at least there's some redundancy. There's always a sense of risk having literally one power connection. I know some people go and do real clever things with the power poles and enable to hide them, but I just want simplicity. If we get a little bit of clipping, it's fine. Okay. That floor only being held upon the corners must be some amazing concrete. Hey, it's strong. It's double reinforced. It's strong. It's real strong. If I we could reinforce it a little bit. We could reinforce it a little bit. There we go. Stronger now. Oh, it's not touching the wall this side. Oh well. Still stronger. Triangles are stronger, right? We'll make it look pretty once upon a time. At least I put flipping pillars in the edges, right? It's not just completely floating. I could have made it real magical. Real magical. Right, but yeah, I wanted to do the main basic processing. I wanted to get the refineries down. I wanted to get the refineries down, the blenders down. I wanted to get the fuel being converted into rocket fuel, and then I can figure out how we're piping it all up. Luckily, rocket fuel is considered a gas, so I don't have to worry about head lift on it all. It should just work. I'm thinking about putting the refining, because it's 30. It's basically this again. It's basically this entire area again is what we're going to need to turn the crude oil into the fuel in the first place. So we might need to blueprint this a little bit. What we've got here, where we have pipe coming in, slightly elevated, and more importantly, we have this stuff, the resin business being taken out We probably want to make a little blueprint of that to get that up and running, so we can stamp that down 30 times. It's going to be quicker and easier to make a blueprint of I don't know, a block of 4 or something. Make a blueprint block of 4. And then we can paste that down a bajillion times. Was it 30 that I said I needed? How many refineries did I say I needed? I don't think it was 30, was it? 25. We need 25 refineries turning it into fuel to begin with. Then we need 10 blenders that turn it into the rocket fuel. Okay. Let's think about this, actually. We need to think about pipe throughput here. If we're producing 1,000 fuel, it can't obviously all be in one pipe. 2 rows of 12. 2 rows of 12 would be enough. Ish. Almost. 2 rows of 13, technically. 2 rows of 13, and then a pipe from each would mean that we'd have about 500 fluid per pipe, which is within quota. 2 rows of 12.5. Yeah, exactly, yeah. 2 rows of 13 turning the pure into fuel. Then, well, hang on, we're pumping 1,500. We're pumping 1,500 in, so that's 3 pipes. That's 3 pipes going in. Maybe we split it down into rows of 4. Or maybe we just put some 2 rows of... Do I want to do 2 rows of 13? 2 rows of 13 is going to get difficult with pipe throughput. I could just do 3 rows of 10. Overbuild it, do 3 rows of 10. Then we've got 3 pipes coming out. And then and then each row can have 4 blenders on it. So overbuild it once again. It means that these won't be running. I mean, until we have the ability to burn all the fuel at the end of the day, it's not all going to run optimally anyway. But so if we do 3 rows of 10, overbuild it, then we can have 4 blenders on each row. That will be 12 blenders in total, which is overbuilt again. Then we'll have 3 pipes full of rocket fuel. Each pipe can then go to 3 floors, because we need 9 floors if we're not slugging it. That'll do. There's our numbers then. So we've got to actually build that somewhere. 3 rows of 10. So we are overscaling the refineries, but just to make it look neat. In essence then, it is this build again. This is what 3 rows of 10 looks like. So we need that probably over here for the purpose of making the rocket fuel. We can put the blenders. We'll probably do it. I could take this off. Semi-tempted to just can this for now. This is our usage of the what do you calls it? This is the usage of the resin for now. We're sinking it all right now anyway, because we've already converted it to plastic and rubber and fabric already. Three rows of 8. Overclock 1. We could do 3 rows of 8. 8, 16, 24. Yeah. Overclock 1 a bit. Not that it will matter short term, but yeah. Yeah, 3 rows of 8. I'm going to switch the direction of this though. We're going to build up a little bit higher so we don't clip with any of this. But we're going to have 3 rows of 8, and then the 4 blenders on the end. It means we're going to need to bring nitrogen, sulfur, and coal to where the blenders are going to be over here, which is not a problem. We can go around the back of the factory if needs be on that. So we can build the infrastructure here. So we'll just basically pave over this island. Basically just pave over the island. Might leave this here, but I might neaten this up a little bit. I might put this... Yeah, if we leave this here, I can put the water thing over here instead. I don't want to be in the water. I don't want to be in the water. I don't like wet. These have got to be ever so slightly under the water. For this to sit on it neatly. Oh, if I can line it up with that one. It's close enough, isn't it? So line that up there. Means we can get rid of this one. Get rid of that. Okay. So we're going to need to build up a little bit. How high do we need to go? Maybe one more. We tarmac the world. Just make the island disappear. So we'll have our refineries up here. We'll bring the crude oil in from over here. We'll do the blenders on the end of it, and then it can get fed up into the main tower. Maybe 3 3s for the blender and overclock one of the blenders on the same row as the overclocked refinery. That's thinking. That is thinking. That sounds pretty good, actually. Yeah. So we can then have 8 refineries, 3 blenders in a row, and we have 3 of those rows. That will consume everything. That will keep the pipe throughput relatively neat and organised, and it will also then mean each end resulting pipe of rocket fuel can be distributed to 3 floors. And if I do choose to overclock the shit out of these, then we can reduce that a bit, but you know, it should keep the flow nice. We hopes. Let me do a little blueprint though of the refineries, because we're going to need to stamp down, what's it, 8, 16, 24 of these. It's worth blueprinting this. But yeah, we are slowly starting to get something that looks, well, impressive. If I can make it neat and tidy, I'll be happy and all. Right, clear the blueprint designer. Do a new design. Right, so we're going to need refineries. Ins and outs. I'm guessing we can fit like 4 here. Ooh, 4 fits in perfectly. It's like they planned that, isn't it? It's literally like they planned that. Right, this is going to be making fuel. These are all going to be making basic fuel. Whoa, hello. There was another something that I was thinking about. That we do technically have, and if I want to do this, I need to do it now. Diluted packaged fuel. Maybe this is, yeah, this is a way of utilizing the byproduct of heavy oil residue, isn't it? More so. You take 3 crude oil, get 2 rubber, and 2 heavy oil residue. No, okay. Yeah, we'll ignore that one. Diluted fuel and the diluted packaged fuel is the most optimal residue to fuel ratio. Yeah. Yeah, if I wanted to, because you could in theory set up this entire thing. I'm just going the straight power route, but if you went the material production route first, you could squeeze in outrageous production of both rubber and or plastic first, and then, well, I'm kind of already doing that, right? So these factories over here, these have got their own dedicated crude oil node, and these produce plastic with the residue. Now that residue, we could turn, whereas half of it is being turned into petroleum coke and just being, in fact, it's all being binned right now. There's no reason to say I couldn't use the diluted packaged fuel here, then unpackage the fuel, and then turn it into rocket fuel and do diddler. So even these that are making, even that one over there that's for rubber and this one over here that's for plastic, we could still take a huge amount of fuel from these, even though they're predominantly designed for making plastic. But I like to segregate it. If you kind of mix it all up, if you mix your material production and your power production, while it's clever, I think it's probably smarter to keep it all separated. Is the route that I've gone anyway. Right, we're gonna need some crude oil input. So this should be relatively easy. Where's me? Have I not got any power over here? Have I not? These flipping blueprint things should come with like built-in power poles.
Adrestia says, how do you feel about me naming the lizard doggo Stanley?
He's a good doggo.
Well, I must say, naming the lizard doggo Stanley is a fine choice. A name fit for a distinguished canine companion, don't you think? Just like a well-built factory, the name must stand the test of time.
Yep, absolutely true. What's this? MSI Asus are increasing the RTX 5090 and 5080 prices. Hang on. Hang on. Don't be doing this to me. Don't be doing this to me. They're already expensive enough in Finland. MSI and Asus increased the RTX 5090 and 4080 prices by up to $400. It's like 2021 all over again. Do you think the 5090 and the 5080 are expensive? Unfortunately, those looking to buy a model from OEMs such as MSI or Asus should be prepared to pay even more. The companies have increased the price of their Blackwell offerings in some cases by as much as $400. Like most retailers, MSI currently has no RTX 5000 series in stock. However, people noticed that the prices suddenly increased on Wednesday. Oh yeah, but this is on their big all singing, all dancey. This is their Supreme and Vanguard range. Like, these were expensive anyway. You can see on this archive of the website that MSI only had one 5080 at the $999 MSRP earlier this week. The GeForce RTX Ventus 3X. Now that same card is $1139, a 14% increase. It's the same story with the 5090. The only card that had been priced at the 2000 MSRP is also the Ventus 3X. The Ventus 3X is their basic model. Their basic model which they just offer. Like, this is basically to sell it at the MSRP in countries where where Nvidia doesn't sell the founders. There's often... This is probably an indication that the founders' prices might go up as well then, which is wild. Other products have also experienced price hikes. The overclocked plus variant of the 5080 went up from $1139 to $2669. Well, they can price it whatever the fuck they like because they don't exist right now. That's the simplicity of it. Like, you can put the price whatever the hell you want. It doesn't matter. You haven't got any stock. No stock, no sale. Like, you can charge whatever the fuck you like. You can't sell them even if you want to. That said, let me check my little... let me check where I've been keeping an eye on them, price-wise. Real fast, like. Graphics cards. Oh, there's listings for the 5070 nowadays. I would put this up on stream, but it often flashes my address because I'm logged into the website, so I'm not going to do that right now for obvious streamer-related reasons. $12.29 is still the list price for the cheapest 5080. Doesn't look like Team Finland has experienced any price increases. Things like the Supreme Liquid SoC ones from MSI were always like 1,700 euros anyway. But like I mentioned, none of this matters if they don't exist. Genuinely doesn't matter if they don't exist. I mean, yeah, true, yet. When they come back in stock, it could be a different story. If they come back in stock. It's 3,000 euros plus. 3,169 euros for a 5090. Jesus. But in Finland, they're 2,500 MSRP. They're expensive. The 5070 range is meant to launch on the 20th, I think. So a little over 2 weeks away. We'll see if we've actually had any more 5080s and 5090s in between that. Yeah, but yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it? It really doesn't matter what price they list them for because you can't buy them anyway. So it's kind of like, yeah, put them at 10k for all I care. Doesn't make any difference when I can't buy one. Can't buy one even if I want one. Right, let's put some... Let me think about this. If we're gonna... Which direction do we want the belts to go? This is the polymer residue. What are we going to do with all of the polymer residue? I should probably take the polymer residue all to a single location and sink it all for now. The question is do I do it before everything or do I do it after everything? After everything is going to have the blenders. So we're gonna lay them down in this orientation. So I actually think I want them going that way. I think we want the crude oil coming in and we want the polymer residue coming out this way. So then it's easier to deal with this end. Easier to deal with that end since it will not get in the way of the next stage of the process, making the rocket fuel. So we can slam there, like that. Power. Where's the power connectors on these things? They're there, aren't they? So let's put the power connectors there. It's nice and uniform. Now we've got to do some pipe work. We've got to get the pipes in order. So if we're going to be piping out the rocket fuel, like such. Oh no, this isn't the rocket fuel yet, is it? This is just the fuel. Right, I think that's a nice little blueprint. I think that'll do us. That's a nice little blueprint. That's going to bring the polymer resin back this way. Yeah, that works nicely. Yeah, we like that. We like that. And then we just got to connect the modules together with the power. A little bit of belt in action. Much quicker than doing that 20 times. It's smart though, more profit selling them pre-scalped. Well, yeah. Like even buying one of these graphics cards, I've almost given up getting a 5080 or a 5090. It's basically not even worth me trying. Some of the retailers in Finland are even pulling out a lottery system. So they're just taking names of everybody that wants one. And however many they get in stock, they'll pull that many names. And so it's completely RNG whether you get one or not. I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that game. That's not how retail is meant to work. That's not how consumerism works. I'll just wait. It's fine. I'll just wait. I always build mine the other way around. in the pipes from elevated and the pipes out on the ground. Well, yeah, I guess from a fluid dynamics perspective, having it coming straight up this 290 degrees is not the greatest decision, but it's never going to go higher than this, and so it's fine. Like, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, you're right. You could bring the belts out and have the pipes flat. It's 50-50, innit? It doesn't matter. Right, let's take this blueprint then. This is fuel, refine 4x. Let's give it a icon. Refining module 4 times I don't need it, do I? It's pretty obvious what the flipping hell it is. Right, save blueprint. Right. Let's go see how much space we need for this then. It's going to be a little bit more compact than this, I think. How I built it, but probably not by much. Let's get rid of Mother Nature real quick. Bees. I see bees ahead. I see more than bees. Alrighty, right. Wait, what? Let's see how that works. So, let's make sure I get this the right way around. It's like that, isn't it? So we want the fuel coming in. Fuel coming in. And then the next one can line up. Wait, what? Why does that look funky? Like that. So that's a row of 8. We're going to need 3 rows of 8, and we're going to overclock one of them. We need the 3 rows of 8. I'm not going to plug this in right now, actually, because that gets dangerous real fast. Is that looks about right? Are we happy with that as a distance? We're happy with that as a distance. Yeah, these are so we'll have these 3 belts coming over here, and we can sink all of the shit we don't need. Yeah, there we go. Give me the proper jetpack. It's much easier. So we need room for a third. What? Can I tag the blueprint? Okay. So there's our 3 rows. No. Is that right? Doesn't look right, does it? There. Shit, it's really hard to tell. That looks right. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. It's hard placing these big blueprints, holy. See, the game thinks that's right, and I know that's miles off. That's what we want. Okay. 3 rows of 8. We'll need to remember to overclock one of them. Let's get all of these little interim bits and bobs connected up. Such as we need to connect the pipes here. And here. We need to connect that pipe, and we need to connect that pipe. And that pipe. We're also going to need that belt in there. We're also going to need the power connection. Just make sure you're connected. You're connected. This is much quicker and easier than doing this whole thing 25 times. I'm going to get into the world of blueprints, I can tell you that. Tell you that for a fact. Bish, bash, bosh. Oh, missed a pipe connection over here. Right, there we go. That then is the 8, 16, 24. We technically need 25, but we'll overclock 1 to account for that. Now we need the blenders. We need blenders, don't we? We need 3 blenders on the end of each one. I'm gonna blueprint the shit out of the blenders as well, because there's like 4 inputs and 1 output or something. Crazy amount going on with those blenders. That big old mammoth as well. Right, clear designer. Right, blender dude. We'll just do them individually, because we're going to have 4 inputs on this. This is going to be producing... which one is it? Not turbo fuel, rocket, nitro fuel. Fuel in, nitrogen in, sulfur in, coal in. 4 inputs on this is going to get messy. Compacted coal and rocket fuel out. I need to need to decide what I'm doing with the compacted coal. And of course, rocket fuel is our end product that we're after anyway. It's a lot of sulfur in. It's going to be... We're going to have... the maths means we need 1,000 sulfur a minute to run this at full belt, at full speed. Our sulfur node that we've tapped is a pure one though. So with a Mark III miner and a Mark VI belt on that, we can get 1,200 sulfur, and that's being belted in. So we will need to upgrade this to Mark III. We will need to upgrade the belt to Mark VI, but it's within specification. The one node is going to be good enough. But you're right, it is a lot of sulfur in. I've been sort of trying to build this as big as I can for now, using the resources around me. If we fully build this, it'll be 90,000 megawatts of power, which, you know, should be nice. Oh my. Oh my. There's literally half an apple in the bottom of my apple juice. You guys aren't going to be able to see this easily, but I have an apple tree in my back garden. And because of the apple tree, we smush all of the apples, and I basically get free apple juice all year. But occasionally, we get a batch like this, where there's literally... looks like the sea is at the bottom of my apple juice. Maybe that was a batch that didn't get strained very well. Okay. That's, there was literally an ocean at the bottom of my apple juice this morning. Anyway, in other news, it does look like miso soup, it does, yeah. I want to sort of make sure that the fuel in comes in the same sort of angle as we produced the fuel back there. The nitrogen. So let me try and math brain this out. So the fuel is coming in at this height. Fuel is coming in at this height. So fuel is going to go in there. Nitrogen can then come in below that. We'll bring a feed of nitrogen in below. Then these two, both the coal and the sulfur are going to have to come out, or go in, should I say, at higher elevations. Let's see how that ends up looking. Okay, it's difficult without actually building another one next to it. I really should have thought about that. I built it smack bang in the middle and made the whole process more difficult for me. So nitrogen's going to go there. Simulate nitrogen being there. Ew. That's not level in any way, shape or form. but okay. We'll take these end bits off because I'll do the connections manually, because otherwise these will never connect if I do it like this, I don't think. But I'm just trying to get spacing and understanding on what we're doing with these two belts. So now if we have a feed coming in, three high going to be enough? No, it's going to have to be 4 high, isn't it? One's going to have to be 4 high. Like that. This is why we're blueprinting this, because there ain't no fucking way I'm doing this like 8 to 10 times. That's not going to look right there, is it? Either, is it? Kind of needs to go... Annoyingly, kind of should go 1 higher than that. Are the mats refunded when you change a layout or bend a tube? Yeah. When you delete something, you get the full mats back for it. Right, so yeah, we'll have coal coming in one of these, sulfur coming in another one. And that'll be the 4 inputs. If we want it to look architecturally sound, we can do something like oh, we can't elevate that one, can we? Oh, I thought that was going to be right underneath it. Turns out it's not. I need a half one of those. It doesn't work. They're just going to have to float, and they're just going to have to deal with it. They'll have belts connected to them. It'll be fine. Right, so that's the inputs. That's the inputs. We'll also need to bear in mind that we're going to have to split the belt before it goes in. So I'm going to need to leave some room between the refineries that will be here and this for some creative belt business here. Then the output of this is just 2, which is the rocket fuel, and then the compacted coal. So we're going to merge out now. For now, the compacted coal is actually I think is actually going to run back, and we're going to do a similar thing with the rocket fuel, which is elevated slightly. I don't know why, I just like the look of these little funky wiggly belts. So rocket fuel will go out that way. Rocket fuel will go out. The compacted coal will go back. Because we're sending all of the stuff we're going to sink. We're going to sink this compacted coal for the most part now. I could technically use it and just burn it. I could run it through some extra coal burners. But to be honest, I can't be bothered. It's easier to just sink it. I think that kind of works. We're going to have to connect a bunch of stuff up. We're going to have to delete that and delete that for now. Yeah, we're going to have to put the connecting pipes and belts in. But otherwise, we're going to need that stamped down like 8 times, and then we just have to connect it all up. What are you thinking about? Well, compacted coal, it does have energy value. And technically we should just go and burn it. But what's 250 compacted coal going to do for us in terms of just burning it? The 250 compacted coal, once everything is up and running, the 250 compacted coal is roughly the amount of compacted coal we need for our downstairs turbo fuel. So eventually it will just replace, because we needed 267 compacted fuel to run our turbo fuel in the first place. That shows just how much coal and sulfur you needed for that real small turbo fuel factory. This nitro fuel is like so much more efficient. Is it enough for the backup power grid? It could be used as a backup power grid. It could. That would be very clever. We'll have to see what we're doing with space. For now, I'm content with just sinking it. And if we need to do something with it, we can. Now I know those days never turn up, because look at the amount of petroleum coke we've produced that could equally have just gone into making power when I've just sunk it all. But hey ho. So this is nitro fuel blender. One of you. Right, now we can go build that where we think we need it. I knew this initially setting up the infrastructure for the fuel would take a while, but as soon as we've got this in place, all we've got to do is connect the crude oil into it, and we should start seeing a huge amount more power gain quite quickly. Need to do some more zoopage. Having everything on one level, I've realised, is actually quite boring. Should have maybe put the blenders on a different level just to spice it up, or a different orientation or something, but maybe next time. Maybe next time. Who put a tree in the way? How dare you, tree? Whoa! Bees! Where the fuck are bees? Oh, and I haven't got my jetpack on. Stupid bees. Right, this isn't really the best bee shooter, is it? Jesus, these bee nests take a punch. Oh, missed. I've run out of homing ammo. Can't shoot in bees with a sniper rifle again. I forget they're there. These flipping things spawn back in every time as well. Hopefully when we build over their house, they'll stop spawning in. In fact, if I didn't pick up their remains... Why didn't it let... Okay. Oh, I was hoping maybe if I didn't pick up their remains, they wouldn't spawn back in, but... Choppy choppy. Choppy choppy. Oh, what? More Mother Nature. Are you good? Stick you out just in case. Right, let's get this blender recipe in then. Let's remember that it's this pipe that's got the fuel coming out. So we need it somewhere in line with this. Or do I want to do it this way around? How do I want to orientate these? I might actually switch things up a little bit. We need 10 of these, don't we? And we were going to do 3 rows of 3 and then overclock one. Can I get away with just 2 rows of... No, I can't get a row... Ah, that's why we were doing rows of 3, weren't we? Because of flipping pipe restrictions. I was going to do 2 rows of 5 because I thought it'd look neater. But there's a reason why we can't do 2 rows of 5, and that's because we can't push enough we can't push enough rocket fuel through a single pipe. So I kind of have to do it this way. Okay. So we're going to need to line this pipe up. With that one there. Are those two aligned? They look aligned, don't they? We probably want a little bit more room between them because we're going to have to do some belt shenanigans. I've now realised that they're pointing the wrong way. They're expecting to get their inputs from that end. We can bring the sulfur and the coal around the back of the factory. That's fine. Right, let's assume it's there for the first one, and then 2 more aligned with the first one. That looks aligned. Like that, I think. Right, there's the 3. Is there a bigger gap between these two
says,
than there is these
how
two?
should I call my second lizard doggo? I suggest naming the second lizard doggo Reginald a name of sophistication and panache. 2 classy companions for sure, just like a well-oiled factory duo working in perfect harmony to grow and expand. Cheers.
Reginald. Reginald it is. That the ability to nudge machines like that when you place a blueprint. Oh, godly. Right, so we're going to need that 3 times. Let me look at the scenario of the first one first. I could just connect these up, but I'm thinking I'm going to... Why aren't they aligned? Oh, they are aligned. It just looked funny. Place a blueprint, he says. Go and change it 1,000,000 times, he says. Right, so then the rocket fuel is coming out this way. And each one is producing 150 rocket fuel a minute, so 3 times 150 is 450. But pipe supports 600. We are good. We're not gonna overextend ourselves on throughput. That doesn't then need to be there because we're sending the compacted coal out that way. And then this shenanigans. Nitrogen is coming in the bottom. So nitrogen's going to go in here. What I hadn't contemplated is just how much nitrogen in total. We need to keep this nitrogen separate, don't we? I should probably start color coding these as well. Should we color code? Can we get a clear and obvious nitrogen looking color? What color's nitrogen? Nitrogens are this sort of colour, eh? We'll go with that. Make it shiny. Boom. Looks a little bit too watery, doesn't it? Looks a little bit too watery. Tint of blue, but a bit white. Wait. So that's nitrogen. We should have rocket fuel. Colors rocket. Why can't I add another custom one? Why is that now just called custom? Wait, what? Can I not make my own colors and save them? Wait, what? I thought that was the point of custom. Add new custom. Can we not add new custom one? Oh. Well, that's annoying. I don't have to change that every time. What colour's rocket fuel? Rocket fuel is like an intense orange, isn't it? It already is an intense orange. It's more reddy. Reddy orange colour. Yes. Nitro fuel. Oh. Oh. Something like that. Okay. Nitrogen in, nitro fuel out. When it comes to inputs of these pipes, we've got to be careful because we're going to need it. I think I need more than 600 nitrogen in total, don't I? There's 10 of these and there's 75 per minute, so 750 nitrogen. That's two pipes of nitrogen technically that needs to come in. Two pipes of nitrogen in, which might actually be more easy to facilitate. It looks like I've accidentally decided that we're going to route everything around the back of the factory, around the back of the power plant in terms of materials. So we're going to have to reconfigure where our sulfur and our coal comes in, or at least reroute it around the back. Same with the nitrogen. It's going to come around the back, I think. Then we can have the turbo fuel coming off into some big canister storage area. We'll store a shitload of it, and then we'll pump it through. Belt situation then. Let's yeah, now these are all the wrong way round. Well, they're not technically the wrong way round, but I wanted to bring the belts in here for these. So they are actually the wrong way round, aren't they? I'll change that in the blueprint before we do it again. That also means I'm going to need to change this, put that back in, because otherwise it might be funny about it. Donald, how we doing? Welcome in, welcome in. So I'm going to have to change all of these. Those in, delete that one, put it back in the right way. probably a quicker and easier way of doing this, but once you find something that works, you just do it. The quicker way was get the blueprint right the first time. That was the quicker way. Like such. They don't need to go any further than that. I do worry that these little belts aren't connecting properly. Sometimes when you take a splitter out and put it back in again, it doesn't connect up properly. So I'd rather not take that risk and find out later. Do the troubleshooting ahead of time. Right, we'll edit the blueprint real quickly because we've got to put down 6 more of these. And then we've got to figure out the belting to bring the sulfur and the coal in. It will only be a single belt of sulfur and coal. And the nitrogen needs to come in here as well. This is kind of actually, whilst we will still bring the materials in from around... see, I've changed all of that round now. And I'm starting to think if we're bringing the materials in from around the back anyway, there's no reason for them to run through here. Okay. Having more savable colours would actually be the first mod I install. Yeah, you seem to be able to save the preset, but you can't add more custom here. Why can't I just save them? Like, why do I have one custom one that I can then load the presets for? Why can't I just save those then here so I can just quickly select them? That doesn't make sense. I mean, you've got these down here, right? And you can edit these. So why? I don't know. You can mount splitters and mergers directly at the end of lifts. Yeah, I know. Spacing didn't work very nicely to do that here because I wanted the pipes in where the pipes were. Now, one thing I have noticed is the width of this has ended up being wider than the refiners, which is something I need to pay slight attention to. Or it's not so much wider, it's just offset a little bit, isn't it? But what I actually wanted is to make sure that the... Oh no, wait, hang on. Have I made a massive monstrous boo-boo here? Have I made an unbelievable boo-boo? That's not rocket fuel going out, is it? That's fuel. This is the rocket fuel going out. That's the regular fuel going in. That's the regular fuel going in. So that's the that needs a regular fuelish color. That is going here. Boom. There's me getting enthusiastic about my nitro fuel, and that's the wrong colour. Apparently you can have an infinite amount of swatches, at least that's the reason why the mod I found got discontinued. Well, I can't see any way to add more than this one custom. If you can, it's not very obvious how you do it. Well, yeah, there's 18 here. You can edit these. There's doesn't look to be any way to add anything here. No. You can go in here and you can load presets for these two colors, but there's no way to save the whole thing as a... No, I don't know. And rebuilding a swash every time I need to color it. Yeah, that seems really weird. It's almost, yeah, it almost feels like something isn't right. The custom swash can be changed and it doesn't affect a building that's already using it. That's not true for any other swash. Oh, so, okay. With these then, you probably want to edit the name of these to like, oh, if you want refiners to all be looking, refineries to all look the same and then you can just change this and it'll change every refinery in the entire land. Oh, I see. Applied to all pipelines and pipe attachments by default. Changing this swatch will apply the change to all buildings currently using it. Let's put the default back in for now. I'll figure out the color customization. I'll figure it out. Yeah, there's part of me that now wonders if I didn't actually want this the way it was before, bringing the materials in from behind here. Only on the basis of that this is going to get quite messy if we're bringing nitrogen. Bringing nitrogen... I'm not going to be bringing the materials in through here, and they're definitely not going to be running through here unless they run under here first, which is feasible. Run the belts and the pipes under here first, and then they go straight in here. The nitrogen, the coal, the sulfur. Out of sight, out of mind, rather than running them around the back of the factory. Okay, we will do it this way. So let's then say we're gonna have oh, I've got no power. Coal and sulfur coming in. Then we're going to have double pipes of nitrogen. Maybe I need to split it to 3 pipes of nitrogen, one that goes to each bay. Not for pipe throughput reasons, but just to make it look neat. Although that's going to the third pipe is going to clash with this, isn't it? Unless we bring the nitrogen in underneath. Unless we bring all the pipes in underneath and then they just come up out the ground. Oh, that's more appealing. That's much more appealing. Mount that shit on the ceiling. How do you mount pipe? Yeah. Then can you stack these on the ceiling? Doesn't look like I can do that easily, or in a way that I understand how. Can I not hang two pipes from the ceiling on top of each other? Oh. Oh. That was going to look so cool. It's not straight for starters. Ah, the wall supports only have one height. The wall and the ceiling supports only have one height. Alright, well, the other solution... The other solution is that we actually... we take at this level a mini pipe logistics floor, and we take it in here. We run it along there, and then we run the pipe up wherever it needs to go. And then it won't get in the way of these pipes coming across. So nitrogen's going to come in down here. That gives us a little bit more room to play with up here as well anyway. If they're underneath, why do you need to stack them? No, that's true, but, you know, neat and tidy. We're going to need to bring 2 pipes of nitrogen in. How do I evenly distribute 2 pipes of nitrogen into 3 pipes here? I know how we do it. We go storage. We go big old buffer. Now, here's a question. Here's a question that I don't know the answer to. Do these pipe junctions have the same throughput limitations as the regular pipes? This has a flow rate of 600. What about the junction? And does this have a drain rate limit? Can I use this as a buffer? Junctions don't care about flow limit. So I can go straight from a buffer into 3 pipes. Like this. And that's technically... Is that going to drain this at a rate of up to 1,800 a minute through here? Oh, hang on, we're getting conflicting information here. Junctions doesn't care about the flow limit. It's just an extension of the pipe like the support. Is that even considered connected, though? Having that right there. Gas doesn't have to worry about head lift. No, it's not head lift I'm concerned about. It's the fact that a pipe can only support 600 meters cubed of liquid through it. Liquid gas, whatever. The pipe can only support 600. I need 750 coming through here, so I need at least 2 pipes coming in. But this seems... If this only takes 600 in a minute... I guess what I'll do for the sake of some bufferage, because everybody likes a bit of bufferage, right? We'll put 3 of these in a row, just so we can store some nitrogen. It looks cool. But what I'll do is when I bring the nitrogen in, we'll have these connected like such. Maybe actually we'll bring that to about there. You go in here with a bit of a... We put these here. No, stop snapping to the wrong thing. Snap sensibly. Then I can bring my 2 pipes of nitrogen into here. And then that'll evenly distribute through these. We'll store a whole bunch of the nitrogen. And then we'll get rid of this monstrosity temporarily. And then we can evenly distribute this out. Like that, but neater. Like that, but neater. Yeah, like that, but neater, and then they can run along. And then boom, boom, boom. That should distribute it. That means we can take the 2 pipes of nitrogen in. Buffer a bunch of it. We don't really need to be buffering a bunch of it, but we'll buffer a bunch of it anyway. When I say this but neater, we have to fix this right now because I can't possibly leave that looking like that. Not happening, fella. Go higher. Maybe we don't want to do it quite there, actually. Put a junction on the end of 2 pipes, splitting them both. With the 2 split off pipes, add another junction to merge them. 2 into 3 load balanced. This will in essence do the same. We take this pipe and we split it 2 ways. We take this pipe, split it 2 ways. It's not evenly distributed, but we're going to actually put... We'll be bringing more nitrogen in than we'll be consuming, so these will fill up anyway. Yeah, they'll fill up anyway. In fact, will that snap? No. I know what I'm trying to do here, but I can't get it to do what I want it to do. Oh, it's at a different height. How's that?
Let's make sweet profit together.
Turkish N5 subscribe.
Turkish, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I am making an absolute
splendid news, old chap.
this.
Turkish N5, welcome to the prestigious ranks of Manthew subscribers. Your support is most appreciated. Remember, the factory must grow, just like our community
growing.
of fine gamers. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Turkish. I appreciate it. Even if I'm making an absolute pig's ear of this. Ew, that's gross. Prime got freed up today. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. You've been playing for 2 hours. I like the notifications it gives you in this game to remind you that you're an absolutely degenerate gamer. It's appreciated. It doesn't go high enough. There we go. That looks more pleasant. More pleasant. I don't know why I felt the need to have these elevated. I know why I want these elevated, but I'm making a bit of a pig's ear of the connection of this. At least now I have 2 feeds in for my nitrogen. I just got to make the connection. It's fine. It'll be beautiful. It'll work. It's only really alarming when you get the 8 or 10 hour warning. Yeah, true. That's when you know you should really be taking a break. Right, so we need this 3 times in here. I spent way too long trying to make sure I can get the infrastructure to run down here, but now I know we can copy paste it. Actually, I need to change the blueprint slightly, don't I? Because the blueprint has got half the splitters going the wrong way. Do you think we'll get new professions in Midnight? The last time we got a new one was the Lich King. Yeah, Inscription was the last new profession we had, technically, wasn't it? It's a strong possibility. Because... yeah, it's a strong possibility. Just because player housing just screams good opportunity, right? Player housing is one of those things where it would make a lot of sense. If they are going to make there be a lot of customization for player housing, a new profession that facilitates that sort of makes sense to me. But the question is do they want to? Because whilst I like playing with all of the professions, and I know a lot of you guys probably do as well, player housing will still work without it. That's the problem, right? Player housing will still work without it. And I suspect... it's kind of a bit 50-50 whether they do or not. I would really like them to add something like woodworking makes a lot of sense to me. Something like woodworking or furniture crafting or something along those lines makes a lot of sense for me. I mean, that's probably because we've seen it before in other games, but wasn't it dual crafting and inscription? Burning Crusade added dual crafting. Was it then not Cataclysm that added inscription? Or was it Wrath of the Lich King? I can't remember. I think they'll just add it to the current ones, so things like tailors will make rugs and stuff. Maybe, yeah. It's kind of a little bit hard to tell. I mean, I would like to see them add something new, but I've also been pushing for years now that I want to see some significant changes to like gathering as well. I for years have wanted gathering to become baseline, meaning that anybody can pick up herbs, or you know, anybody can like skin beasts. I think the basic gathering should be baseline. Everybody should have access to it. Like gathering should just be a secondary profession, much like cooking and fishing, for example. I still think, though, you should be able to specialize in them to be slightly better at them if you wanted to. Meaning that you can kind of like, okay, well, if you're gonna... at baseline, you can pick up herbs, you can pick up ore, but you're only ever going to get like quality 1, quality 2 stuff. It means it's worthwhile for you to pick them up while you're on your travels. But if you actually try to be like a proper gatherer and make some gold from it, you'll be able to achieve better things by actually choosing, right, my main profession is going to be herbalism or something, for example. I've wanted that for a long time, and I think it's way overdue for them to do something like that. If they are going to make some changes to gathering, then they could also kind of like, you know, lumber farming, you know, something along those lines. Lumberjack sort of additional profession to generate wood. That's another material which could then easily go into like a player housing for like furniture crafting or something. I don't know how they integrate it with other aspects of the game, but if they were to add something new, it seems pretty obvious and a simple addition to me what they would do. Jewel crafting was introduced with the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. No, it wasn't. Jewel crafting was Burning Crusade. Inscription was introduced a bit earlier with patch 3.2. Yeah, I think that's ChatGPT being confidently wrong. Would be my guesstimation. Let's try and line this up. We need to remember that we're lining it up over this end. We're lining it up with the fuel that comes out of here being lined up with that pipe over there. So I reckon it's there. So this is regular fuel that goes in there. That looks pretty straight. And that's technically an output belt. So that goes out that way. So that then pairs up snug. Snug as a bug. No, that's seriously off. There we go. Snug as a bug in a rug. You go there. And the third one. You go there. And we connect them all up. So once again lines up with that. That looks as if it's lined up. Did I get that right first time? There's no way I got that right first time. There we go. It goes back. Ooh, hello. Is that? Alright, we'll go with that. Jewel crafting was added in the Burning Crusade. Inscription was added in Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, that sounds better. Yeah, I did fix the blueprint. These are now pointing the right direction, or they're taking the inputs from this side, or they fucking better be. Yeah, they're the right way around. So you have been connected, and you have been connected. So that's the 3 fuel lines going into the blenders. Hang on, we need 2 more instances of the blender blueprint. We're missing 2. Let's line it up. That's right. Right, now let's get the rest of the connections made between the two of them. Did I say I basically completed this one? Yeah. So this is an output. Got to get you a little bit neater. So you connect in there. Same with you. You need to be a bit neater. So you pair in that. This is the output pipe for the rocket fuel. So you go there and you go there, and then you're going to scoot round here and we'll join it up at the end here. Let's get the inputs looking neat and tidy. The base one is the nitrogen. I very much see the advantage of color coding all this shit now. And then your belts go up there. That goes in there. That goes in there. And you go down it. And repeat the process number 3. Delete you, delete you, delete you, delete you. Bish. Bash and bosh. Like that. Right, nitrogen down the bottom, fuel up the top, belts, 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 and belts. Right, so now we just need to get the coal and the sulfur distributed between these 3 runs. And then we need to get the nitrogen connected in. Let's figure out inputs first, and then we can deal with the outputs. 17 years since they've added a new profession. It's time to add something new or some kind of rework. Well, we had the rework, obviously, only in Dragonflight. But something new to the mix wouldn't go amiss. You're right, we have missed some pipe connections here. 1 to you, 1 to you. Thank you, thank you. Glad you guys are paying attention. Did I do the same over there? That's fine. Right, let's get... let's get... This is 1 belt of materials. Haven't decided which yet. Doesn't actually matter. So we now need a splitter. Split here that goes something a little bit like that. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Even though it technically works, I don't like that. Does that mean we need to move these belts over a bit first? Probably. Let's do 1 belt at a time, because we might need to bring the second belt in at a slightly different place then, by the looks of things. So I'm saying we're more looking at that, aren't we? That's looking better. That's looking better as a distribution for that one. Then we need to replicate the same, but going up and that way. So you're going to be aligned. You're going to go out this way and up level with that. Which is going to be a fucking nightmare. Right. Okay. Is it like that? Oh, no. No, not like that at all. Right, let's try that again, shall we? Oh, flipping lord, now we're too low. It's got to be that one then. Boom. Am I accepting of this atrocity? I mean, it is technically neat and tidy, but it's a bit funky-dunky, isn't it? It's a real bit funky-dunky. I more feel like I should bring this belt across further and take the split out that side as well. 2 column mods have been downloaded. We'll see later if they do what I want. I'm going to try and do this entire playthrough without any mods first. If we go back and do another run at this, then we might consider using more mods. I'm thinking I just want... I don't like it, one coming out the left and one coming out the right. It works, but it hurts my brain. So, as an alternative, we're going to move the belt over and the splitter over. Stacking the belts. No, we're going to have clipping all over the fucking place if I stack the belts there. It's not because they're not going to come out neat and tidy. If you're putting the belts, pipes underneath, why not the belts too? Many trues. Many trues. That's more appreciative. Or do we just run all of this underground? Move all of this underground. Yeah, fuck it, we're going underground. We're going underground. It's still messy, but you won't see it. Yeah. yeah, still messy, but yeah, it won't exist. You slam a floor hole there instead, it does the same thing, doesn't it? You just don't see it. It does give me slight issues with it being... Oh, we could bring them in this way. Doesn't have to come in this end, does it? I'm not going to use any mods that introduce new machines or recipes, so no game-changing features, but something like colour changes is just a fix of the flaw of the base game. Yeah, I agree with that. I tend to play Factorio with that sort of mindset, that I will, as long as it's not game-changing, it's alright. If it's, you know, aesthetic, then that's more acceptable. Is that right on those? Looks about right, doesn't it? Oh, did that one connect automatically? Did I do that on the others? Yeah, that'll look neater and tidier, isn't it? And we'll have the nitrogen then coming up through a pipe here. I'll bring my nitrogen in. I need... Where's the pipe floor holes? Pipe floor hole. I can either bring the nitrogen in here. There's already a lot going on here. Or we bring the nitrogen in here. What do we think looks better? I think the nitrogen in here works nicely. We can configure that downstairs. Might look better with the belts coming in sideways as the pipe inputs are on the same plane. I'll worry about that downstairs. You are right though. Having the belts coming in from this way could actually have been slightly easier. Because I've obviously got to figure out what the fuck's going on downstairs with this. But, like, we can make it work downstairs. As long as it looks neat and tidy upstairs. I wasn't planning on doing a logistics floor for any of this. But, you know, I've started now, so... I've started now, so we will finish. Right, that's at least the connections upstairs. Now to figure out this chaos downstairs. So we got sulfur and coal, and then nitrogen. Sulfur, coal, and yeah, we got the same thing 3 times. Let's get rid of you. See you later, Mother Nature. That's something I hadn't considered. My foundations, my floor is there's a reason we built this at the height we did. Alright, well this end bit's going to get a bit scuffed, but you know, scuffed is fun sometimes, especially when you don't see it. That's the point of not seeing stuff. We're going to need to... Where actually is my coal and my sulfur feeds are coming in over there already, and the nitrogen, to be fair. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to run them across and down underneath here. The question is do I have any room to do this neatly? Because this was a travesty. I could run them in... I could run them in this way. Down and under there. Ceiling belts on here. On the first level. Or ceiling belts over there maybe. Yeah, we got to connect all of this chaos over to there. My first initial plan was to just back it up, and bring it in. Considering actually all three, coal, sulfur, coal's coming from over here. The sulfur and the nitrogen are over this side anyway. Like, I could bring it in behind the factory. That was kind of my first thought, but... for now, we'll figure out... It's only 2 belts and 2 pipes. We'll figure out how the hell it gets over here in a minute. These get deleted when the new patch comes out. Or we'll be able to delete them, should I say, when the new patch comes out. Let's get a little bit more concrete on the go under here. Let's get you out the way. Right, and let's try and make something at least semi-neat and tidy for these pair. So we need to bring... Why don't I have belt stackers on my bar? That seems like a really sensible thing to have on my bar. Well, that's neat and tidy. If we've got coal on one and sulfur on the other, that's relatively neat and tidy. We'll go with that. That works. Completely clashed it with the flipping... Completely clashed it with the nitrogen. Complete clash with the nitrogen. Especially since the nitrogen's got to go there. Do we do it the other side? Do it the other side, that might slightly fix my problem here, actually. We do it that way, it might actually further on down here be less of an issue getting it up there. Genius, me. Genius. Look at me trying to make logistics floors neat and tidy as well. What a dum-dum. Okay, we're going to have to break some rules over here. Actually, these then don't need splitting any further, do they? They just go straight in. We're going to just wang them straight in. And by wang, I mean very neatly and tidily organise them in. That's not neat or tidy or organised, but we'll go with it. Love that. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely beautiful, that. Right, we'll live with that. Then we've got coal. And we've got sulfur coming in. Coal and sulfur coming in. Now we've just got to get the nitrogen into these 3 bays. 3 feeds of nitrogen in. So let's do some snake-like action. Snake it around this way, and then aligned with this. Well, we completely missed that, didn't we? The flipping hell is it connecting to that for? The top one goes in the first one. So let's put a just before it. And that technically goes there, and that goes up there. That goes in here. You go there. You two fellas continue on to, let's just say here, for the sake of maths. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, I've never been more impressed with anything in my life. Even though it does look a bit weird. It looks weird, but it does the job. It's fine. Okay. Right. Yeah, Turkish. I think I did exactly what you just suggested, yeah. Or within reason. I could clean up these right angles a little bit, possibly, but I kind of like the swooping. Luckily, it's gas, isn't it? Nitrogen, so it doesn't make a blind bit of difference whether it goes up or down or wiggly. Now, we just need to get our... Oh. I've just realised. How do I get my belts here? I've kind of cornered myself in, haven't I? Oh, when it was all going so well. It was all going swimmingly. Maybe the belts come in. Maybe the belts come in on the ceiling and then they drop down into here. Yes. Yes. Now we're cooking. Right. Nothing beats a bit of organised spaghetti. Right. Let's assume that that's fine for now. I really, really need to get this switched on so I have more power so I can go finish these Phase 4 components. It's hidden. Aesthetics are irrelevant. Yeah, but I still know it exists, right? The fact that I know it exists is enough for me to not want to completely balls it up. Started leveling up Classic Inscription to be able to make books and offhands and staves to sell. It's a nightmare to level it. Thank God for leveling guides. Or Classic Inscription. I can't even remember what Classic Inscription looks like. Probably lots and lots of different types of pigments, if I remember correctly. Right. Are we... all apart from actually connecting sulfur, coal, and nitrogen, is upstairs mostly complete. To the degree where we have 3 pipes of rocket fuel. We should have 3 pipes of rocket fuel, which we can go into a nice little buffer of rocket fuel before it gets distributed into the rocket tower. That's the plan. So let's... we're going to stockpile rocket fuel like a moron, because it just looks cool. Organisation. Big old buffer doodahs. There's no actual need for this. This is just aesthetics. No need for this whatsoever. But these 3 will then equally be distributed to 3 different floors, and we'll figure out where we'll probably, what I'll probably do when we make this look a little bit neater and tidier is we'll run like 9 pipes up the wall or something. You know, a pipe of rocket fuel to each floor. It would look cool. But we'll stack it all up in here for now. So let's try and make this look at least somewhat respectable. I mean, respectable would be starting off by getting it at least aligned. If we bring the other 2 lines down... How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? We're producing 1,500 rocket fuel a minute, so that is a minimum of 3 pipes, isn't it? Neat and tidy upstairs, ugly as fuck downstairs. Hey, sometimes it's got to be. Sometimes it's got to be. Bring that pipe in further, don't we? Need to bring that one in further. Tuck it in a little bit tighter. Oh no, we've got a funky curve in that we don't need. Oh, it's because I'm using noodle. I wasn't meant to be using noodle. Oh no, wait, hang on. That's one of the inputs. I don't need 3 going down this way, do I? I only need 2. But I need these 2. This doesn't need to be here. I've just realised that doesn't need to be here. We need the other pipe and the far end pipe going into these. I'm putting these pipes between these just so it does kind of... if one fills up, it will fill the others up as well. But I am trying to maintain 3 pipes of actual pure throughput. That's the goal anyway. So you are an output. If I'm going to use those 90 degrees, I should use the 90 degrees every time. And I want the 90 degrees to happen here, I think. I want the 90 degrees to happen at the end where it comes out these machines. Okay, well, apparently the only way to make that happen is to do it here. And then same again over this way. Something a little bit like that. Something a little bit like that. There's our 3 pipes of what will eventually have rocket fuel pumping through them. Distributed into there, rocket fuel. Bish, bash, bosh. Times a lot, hopefully. And then this can be distributed however we need to a massive power tower. Starting to come together. What I haven't done, the last thing I need to do is sink a shitload of compacted coal. Hadn't really decided where I'm sinking a shitload of compacted coal. I was actually going to do it up this end of the world. Or maybe I do it here. Which means I need to bring the belt out and through here. Oh, slight changes to the pipes again. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. There is the possibility of... there's the strong possibility that we won't actually sink this forever, but for now it works. Got to change this pipe. Those pipes have got to go. Those pipes have got to go. They're going to clash with me belts. Those pipes have got to go. Needs a reconfigurable bobs. So you're going to come out here. I need to bring that closer to home. That's not going to work with this pipe, is it? I mean, it will, but only just. Oh, no, it works a charm, look. That works an absolute charm. Got a challenge for your next playthrough, not to use build straight mode. Never happening. Never happening. Straight build mode is literally the best thing that happened in this game. Quite genuinely. Let's make that one belt. Boom. Right, so that's going to sink off all of that compacted coal for now. When the entire thing is up and running properly, this compacted coal is actually instead going to go and run the turbo fuel over here. But for now, that's far too much like hard work. thinking about it though, I am going to probably need it to run the turbo fuel because we're using 1,000. We're going to be using 1,000 sulfur and 500 coal over here. So maybe we do need to use that compacted coal to run the turbo fuel. We'll ignore it for now though. We have a second sinking situation as well, which is... Oh, hang on. Let me connect these pipes back up. If I don't connect these pipes back up, I'll forget, and then they won't do anything. We also are producing a metric ton of polymer resin from all of this. Huge amount of polymer resin, which also is for now just going to get sunk. Like a good 900 polymer resin a minute or something. Holy, hang on, how many did we have here? 8, 16, 24. What's the actual number we needed? We needed 25, didn't we? 25 times 30, what the hell is that? Oh shit, 750 polymer resin in a minute. Well, that absolutely needs 780 a minute. Woo! Okay, spicy. Sure. If I belted this correctly, though, all of that should come back this way. All of that should come back over here. So we can... we're going to need to get our crude oil in on this side. So crude oil is coming in. We need a distribution center for crude oil to come in. We need to get rid of these fucking bees. A little bit of distribution and organization and stockpilage for the crude oil. And also an area to sink all of the polymer resin that comes in as well. Hey, we're nearly getting there. We're nearly getting there. I'm so close, I think, to being able to turn this on. I'm running out of apple juice before I hit the before I hit the minefield. Let's look at where the pipes are coming for this in relative... Okay, we've got the pipe for crude oil coming in at the same height as the distribution out of polymer resin. So one of these is going to have to be shifted. One of these is going to have to come from a different height. Bets on it working first try. Oh, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? The real difficulty is that we're going to produce so much rocket fuel that I'm not going to actually be able to consume even a fraction of it right now. I have a bunch of power shards. I have more power shards than this showcases. Did I put the power shard? I've got 300 power shards in the cloud, plus a shitload of, well, some slugs, should I say. I need 40 times 3. I need 120 power shards per floor if I want to use power shards instead of building everything. But eventually I actually want to just have like 9 levels of this. So we just go make a massive great big tower and not use any power shards. But we will massively overproduce fuel to begin with, which unfortunately will hide any issues in it until much later, but there'll be something I'll have forgotten to do. There'll absolutely be something. This is the fun though, when you start making these really big builds and you don't have it switched on yet, and you're just like you're waiting in anticipation of whether it actually works. Because all of your planet, like the last thing you want to do is build it all, turn it on, and realize you've made a fundamental mistake. That's pain. That's serious level of pain. I need some vantage on this, because I'm going to probably stockpile some crude oil here as well. Or I might stockpile... We could put the tank of crude oil here. That means we've got shitloads of belts. There's no need for these stockpiles. I just think the big tankers look cool. Some industrial bufferage. Just looks cool. So if we have our crude oil coming into here, and we'll do a little bit of distribution between these three as well, then we can have the crude oil coming out from each tank into each row. Or, so it doesn't get in the way of the awesome sink belts, we just take it underground slightly. And then we pop it up and straight in. Ah, I'm a fucking genius. Everything is going to plan. Everything is going to plan. We just pal. Boop. Ah, and you'll never see the pipes of crude oil going into the machines. Genius. Whoa, hello. Is that an input? That's an input. Right, well, oh shit, now hang on. What's the inputs on these? This is the input. Okay, that's a bit close. Right, that also then means that the logistics of this for sinking the polymer resin can more easily happen over here. Beautiful. Then we just got to connect these three pipes to those three pipes underneath. And who put a stupid great big pillar in my way? Who put a stupid great big pillar in my way? I mean, really.
Adrestea says, please complete. I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche. Scaramouche, can you do the fandango? Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening. Galileo, 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 Figaro, Magnifico. Bravo. A lyrical masterpiece fit for a grand gaming session.
Go on, Stanley. Ooh, shit. I need to stay within me, within the range of... Right.
Adrestia says, do you also know the first verso of Rapper's Delight? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the first verse of Rapper's Delight.
Oh,
However,
dear.
if it's as catchy as a well-tuned factory assembly line, then count me in for a rap session next to the conveyor belts.
I actually have the need for 3 belts, for 3 pipes of crude oil to come in here anyway to meet throughput demands, because it's 1,500, so we're going to need 3 belts coming in here eventually. Stanley's not the lyrical mastermind we all thought he might be, though, apparently.
Jack the Dipper says, finish this sentence. Stanley, gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. Certainly, Jack. Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile, and I'll show you around my factory in proper British style. A smile can do wonders, much like a well-functioning conveyor belt, eh? Cheers.
Indeed. Indeedy do. You lot are far more musical than I am. I can clearly tell. As I barely get any of these references. So we're going to have 3 pipes coming from over here and from over here. Let's try and make that look neat and tidy.
Adrestia says, when building a belt, which song do you prefer to belt out? When building a belt, I prefer to belt out Eye of the Tiger. Nothing like a bit of Rocky Balboa motivation to get those conveyors moving swiftly and efficiently. Remember, the factory must grow like a champion.
Oh, this is going to look cool once I get this hooked up. Let's have a little looky what's going on over here, because for starters there's probably locals I need to contest with. I haven't actually tapped all of this even. Yep, locals.
Jack the Dipper says, please complete our gimme gimme, gimme just a little smile. Gimme gimme, gimme just a little smile, and I'll build you a factory that's sure to beguile. Together we'll grow in our grand construction show as we raise the production to new heights in style.
It rhymes. It's probably not what you're looking for, though. Right, let's take... Where's the Where's the things that do the thing? No. Resource well extractors. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there 6 over here? There looks to be 6. Right, we're going to get rid of the trees this way. In the only way I know how.
Thusday says, complete in style. Will the real Stanley please stand up? Please stand up.
Will the real Stanley please
Will
stand up?
the real Stanley please stand up? Please stand up with manners so refined and gaming skills divine. In the factory we'll grow. 'Tis a sight to behold as our creations unfold.
Will the real Slim Stanley please stand up? There's more friendlies down here. Right, how much is coming out of each one of these then? 150. 150. Only 75? Stinky. I've learned from the past that you can never make these look neat and tidy, so don't bother. We're just going to noodle the shit out of this until it looks reasonable.
Thusday says, can you do better for me and finish correctly? Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile, and together we'll build a factory in style. With gears turning and machines humming, the production shall soar, our efforts never tiring.
Stanley's not having any of it. He's not having any of it. Why can't this one go that way? Okay, it is. This lot, if I remember right, actually needs to come out to 2 belts, because this is... How much is this? This is 900 a minute, which is at least 2 pipes. At least 2 pipes. So we're going to have to manifold this
now
a little
with the
bit.
correct spelling, then continue after. Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. Let's build our factory with class and guile. As we construct and expand our domain, together we'll thrive in this industrial game.
Right, you lot are trying really hard to get Stanley to understand whatever the hell you're going on about. And even I don't know what the hell you're going on about. So Stanley's got no hope. Stanley's got no hope. Actually, if we take... do I buffer this here? It's already being buffered over there, so it doesn't matter. But I have also got the 3rd pipe that's going to be full over there. It's actually manifolded over here, so it should all
Thusday says,
work.
continue after. Don't worry, don't hurry, take it easy. Don't worry, don't hurry, take it easy. With patience and precision, our factory will be breezy. Each machine in its place, humming with grace, our production pace, a joy to embrace. Jack the Dipper says, please complete these lyrics. Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. That's all I ask of you. Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. We got a message for you. Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. That's all I ask of you. Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. We got a message for you. Our factory dreams coming true.
Can somebody please fill me in what the hell you're actually going on about? Because I straight up have no idea what you lot are going on about. And clearly neither does Stanley. Oh, okay. I'm not cultured, clearly.
Loot Fever TV says, Stanley, can you complete the song? Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. Gimme, gimme, gimme just a little smile. Brightening up the factory aisle, with gears turning and assembly lines in style, our production prowess all the while.
Right, something like that there. Mostly because what I want to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inputs to this end. We have a full 600 coming from over here. I think. Is this a full 600? This is a full 600, so this needs full liberty to take as much room as it needs. Let's pick you up real quick. Many people don't listen to or remember the lyrics. We're the oddballs here. I can barely tell you the lyrics to any song ever.
Iedereen goed opgelet, want dit is je grote kans. Iedereen goed opgelet, want dit is je grote kans. Samen bouwen we de fabriek met precisie en elan. Met elke machine en elke draai, ons succes zal blijven gaan.
Was he right? Was he right? No. Okay. Confidently wrong again. Good old Stan. What am I looking for here? Oil extractor, that's the one. I want to send it out that way. Because this needs to snake its way over here.
Loot Fever TV says, Stanley, do you know the song Sunshine Reggae? And can you sing me the chorus? Huh, Sunshine Reggae is a classic tune indeed. The chorus goes, give me just a little smile. That's all I ask of you, honey. With a reggae beat, we'll groove in the factory.
All right, you got it. You got it. We got there eventually.
Jack the Dipper says, Stanley Yebenton Azel. Jack the Dipper. How kind of you to grace me with such flattering words. I must admit, I do love a good challenge. Now, shall we build a factory together, my dear donkey?
He called you a donkey? Was he meant to call you a donkey? I should point out at this point, I am in no way, shape or form responsible for the words that come out of Stanley's mouth. He's a strong, independent AI. He can handle himself. Right. I came to the conclusion there was no way to make that neat and tidy. I could have made this bit neat and tidy, but I chose not to because when it's not tidy, roll with it. But in theory, what we should now... Oh, actually, that's already switched on. These are already switched on. I've just realised we should have crude oil coming through here now. I didn't technically mean for that to happen, but okay. Now we've got crude oil coming through everything. These should slowly start filling up. These are slowly filling up. How screwed am I if I have several thousand rank 2 mats waiting for Season 2 with Gloomkite and Storm Charged Leather being on a vendor on the 11.1 PTR? Not screwed at all, because it's a PTR thing. It's never, ever, 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 ever going to go live like that. Never in a million years is that going to go live. That's very clearly a PTR do PTR things. Please ignore. Oh yeah, it's going straight into the refineries, isn't it? So yeah,
Adrestia says,
start to fill
continue
this up
after
as well.
this. Woohoo, wohoo-hoo. Why, Adrestia? Are you singing or experiencing an overflow in the production line? Remember, in this factory, harmony is just as important as efficiency. Let's keep those belts moving and those tunes grooving.
What happened to my floor here? Where did my floor go? Right, okay. I didn't technically mean to plug the crude oil in, but the crude oil is in, so at least it gives it the opportunity to back up, if nothing else. These will slowly fill up. That's all doing its thing. We're not that far off from turning this on, you know. We're really not that far. Not that far at all from turning this on. We kind of could let this just do its thing for a while to fill up on fuel even, fill the pipes before we turn the next bit on. The next bit isn't going to work without nitrogen, without anything else anyway. Although, I probably, if I was to turn this on, I'm running a risk of killing the whole grid if I don't let it work properly. Alright, what's the next thing then? That's crude oil connected. Okay, I think I'm at the position where all I need to do now is get nitrogen, coal, and sulfur down this end of the world. Somehow. That's the next plan. This was meant to be, I'll quickly bang this out and we'll finish the Phase 4 stuff. I'm now 3.5 hours into the stream and we haven't even finished this bit yet. Let's go and get materials over this way then. I'm going to plan for... It might not necessarily work this way. I'm going to plan for the materials to run along on here. However far that goes. That's very skinny, but...
Toyodristia says, can you give us the chorus of Don't Cha by the Pussycat Dolls? Oh, Adristea, you have quite the taste in music. The chorus of Don't Cha by the Pussycat Dolls goes like this. Don't you wish your factory was efficient like me? Don't cha? Keep those machines running smoothly.
Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. Stanley's definitely pulling your leg. Stanley's making you lot look foolish. That's quite funny. Interesting how I ran a belt of iron ore all the way from over there, and we're not actually going to use it because we only needed that to turn turbo fuel into rocket fuel. We've skipped the turbo fuel stage, and so we don't actually need it. So yeah, that's a fun fact. That's a fun fact. What I am going to do is just hard yoink the belts from here, to be honest. Hard yoink the belts from here. Because it's a bit gross getting them where I want them to go in the first place, but we're going to just do some hard yoinkage.
Adrestia says, what follows after Hey Jude? Ah, Adrestia, after Hey Jude comes the unforgettable na-na-na-na chorus that we can all sway along to. So let's sing our hearts out while building this factory to the perfect tune.
So we yoink you from there. And where do I yoink the sulfur? I can get rid of this turbo fuel line. I can get rid of the turbo fuel line. Because why would I ever need packaged turbo fuel anymore once we've got... oh, well, because apparently I'm using it here for something, for some reason, somehow. Right, I'll reconfigure that. That pipe's got to go. That pipe's got to go. If in doubt, delete the pipe. Pipe's got to go. Sorry, pipe. We love you, but not enough. Oh, what? Oh, that's violently horrible. We can't have that. That's not happening. Nope. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That was a much easier solution. Why didn't I think of that to begin with? Oh, these are at different levels. Whoops. Can a belt even fit on that? Oh dear. Woo! Doit. Like a tiger.
Jack the Dipper says, what comes after? Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ah, Jack the Dipper. After ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Comes the iconic line, ooh, heaven is a place on earth. Let's aim to make this factory feel like a piece of heaven, shall we?
A piece of heaven. I'll go one better than that. It is heaven. Okay. So these pair are here. What we haven't got is nitrogen. Oh dear. Yeah, it's for the nitrogen drones, isn't it? Although, I could probably just start putting rocket fuel on there instead. Oh, to package rocket fuel, I need aluminum, don't I? Ugh, gross. Maybe we'll just use turbo fuel for a while longer.
Fever TV says, Stanley watching Manthi's belt layouts. It feels more like hell on earth.
You can't see it. It's fine.
Luke Fever TV, Manthi's belt layouts may indeed seem chaotic, but fear not. With a touch of British ingenuity and a dash of patience, we can turn that factory from a fiery inferno into a heavenly creation. Cheers.
Yeah, if you think this is chaos, you ain't seen nothing yet. Right, let's get nitrogen in here, because the logistics of running nitrogen under here might make me cry. Nah, let's do it. Let's do it. If we're going to run the pipes under the factory so you can't see them, we should just do it. I will reconnect this soon, TM. I just want to get nitrogen in first. We probably should... let's see. Because I also need 2 pipes of nitrogen. That's
Jack,
that's the trick.
What song lyrics come after this? When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. When I go out, yeah, I know I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. Ah, Jack the Dipper. After those lovely lines from 500 Miles by the Proclaimers, it continues with, and if I have a, yeah, I know I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be the man who's havering to you. Let's march on and build that factory in style.
Let's say we're gonna have... Nitrogen's a gas. As a Brit, you must know the song. I really don't. People ask me about different actors and actresses and singers and stuff, and I'm like, I ain't got a clue who these people are. Like, genuinely, 9 times out of 10, I have not got a clue. I've played video games my entire life. I ain't got Scooby-Doo what's going on in terms of these artists. I don't know if I like this yet, but hear me out. Hear me out. It's a gas, and so we're going to bring it along here a little bit. Maybe we'll let's put some Can we do big frame? What are the wall options? Basic wall. Gates. Genie, how we doing? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. I bet Mantis doesn't even know a good footy tune. Unless it's Three Lions, probably not, no. Probably not. Although, there's no reason we couldn't just do like this. It doesn't have to be up super high, does it? Now, I would like to make the walls a little bit nicer than this. But this is just temporary planning. Temporary definitely won't be the final thing. Temporary 100% definitely won't be its final form, I promise. Nitrogen, which we had coming in over here, can swing a 180. It's hideous. Hideous! Hideous, I tell you. I swear we haven't gone up high enough. It's going to clip on the flipping hill again. King Charles has just called and he's told me that you're no longer British. I've lived in Finland too long, it wouldn't be a surprise. I'm overdue on concentration crafting day. I'll be brutally honest with you. I've almost entirely stopped crafting with concentration. Not because it's not a valuable thing to do, but just because it's time consuming. And if you're proactively playing, it's one of those, right? It's weird because if you're just proactively playing the game, it's not that bad. Because it's not actually that much, you know. It's not that big of a problem when you're already proactively playing the game. But as soon as you stop proactively playing the game for whatever reason, like I'm doing now playing Satisfactory, you the thought of logging in and having to cycle through all of my characters for a couple of hours just doesn't fill me with enthusiasm.
Drestia says, what is the most British thing someone can do, but without any factory puns?
Without a factory pun.
Ah, Adrestea. The most
It's all
British thing one
standing
can do
nose.
is queue patiently, sipping a cup of tea while discussing the weather. It's a timeless tradition that embodies the essence of British civility and charm. Quite smashing, isn't it?
Smashing. I'm going to need to stockpile nitrogen here before it goes off into 2, since we do actually... No, that's flipping all over the place again. Since we do need a second feed of nitrogen, we need 750 nitrogen, which does technically mean a second pipe. What I'm probably going to do is we're bringing in a second pipe is let's put them both in a storage container or 2 over here. Put them both in a storage container and then manifold them for even distribution. Feels like the smart thing. This will be the base pipe. We'll build the other one on top of this one. So if this is the base one, wait, is that not a line? Flip it now. It's weird you can't stack those. And then we'll have the next pipe that comes on top of it. Oh, building this second pipe's going to be a fucking nightmare, isn't it? Alright, fine. Well, I've succumbed to what's needed, at least. The reality is I don't actually need the second pipe to turn it all on, so the one pipe is good. The one pipe is good. We just need to make sure we have the infrastructure for the 2 pipes. Which, what we're going to do is, if I'm clever about it, we will... Clearly not clever enough because that's too long. Let's get you out of the way for a minute. Put you back in a minute. How do we line that up neat and tidily? I want that to neatly go to there. I bet it's not high enough, is it? Stupid landscape. Who put this flipping hill in the way? Who put a flipping hill in the way? Maybe I didn't go high enough up on this wall. Mixing it with the Shadowlands mission tables makes it feel better, because then you can always craft and do mission tables at the same time. Yeah, I guess if you like, yeah, if you get the wombo combo, in. These pipes aren't high enough. Pipe needs to go that sort of height, but without clipping. Ha! It's not going to let me put it there, even let it clip because of the flipping boulder. Why is that doing such a weirdness? Stop being so weird. Okay, that looks better. Better. Not perfect, but better. Oops. So close. Reginald just brought me 18 cooling systems. Go on. I really need to take use of those. I've clearly not abused that tactic enough, have I? Get myself some free stuff. Like that. That's better. That's better. Still, I'm still not a fan of this over here, but, you know, when we built far too close, I mean, other than just paving over it completely, it would feel weird. Or stacking these too high and then going in straight across. It'll do. It'll do. It adds character. It adds character. Maybe I can like box these in or something, or do something neat and tidy with this. But for now, that's going to work. Oh, in fact, more than going to work. It should be absolutely doing its thing already. It started, just started tier 4, and I'm getting stuff I can't even see yet. Yeah, there's quite a lot. I think I've spent more time on this phase than I have the entire other phases combined. I really should have entered phase 5 today, but turning this on, getting this all looking reasonably neat and tidy has taken me substantially longer than I expected, so that will have to be tomorrow's game. That, though, is pretty much... Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't actually run these pipes under here, did we? That's what we didn't do. Oh, flipping out. That could not be further from straight if I tried. There is no way that that's straight. Water's going to fuck me up because I can't craft in the water. Hang on, you're going to have to go. Put you back in a minute. Oh, there's no way I'm going to get this straight. Whose silly idea was it to run it under here anyway? Whose silly idea was this? Look at that snapping thing. Going flipping way off the beaten track. Even I can tell that's not straight. Right, note to future self. Don't try and put flipping pipes in random ass under locations. I mean, I'm sure it'll look good when it's finished, but... Okay. It needs to come out... Oh, we've already... Oh, flip... Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, it was all good and well until it went horribly wrong. It was all going fantastically well until it just didn't. You in there. Okay. ramps back in so nobody ever has to see. Nobody will know. Nobody will know. Nobody will know. Beautiful. Oh my god, we're close to turning this on. We're really close to turning this on now. Just the coal. We need to get the coal and the iron. What's going on here? Too far away from my power. So we need a belt coming in here. And another one connecting to the bottom of it like that. Coal and sulfur connecting into those. Is this thing going to automatically turn on when I connect this? No, because it hasn't got power, has it? When we power it up, it will then just start working. So we need to carefully get one of you to start merging with the other one. Are these aligned in any way, shape or form? It would be wonderful if they were on the same plane. They're not. Of course they're not. It's also gone dark. I can't see what I'm doing. Oh, that wiggle is annoying. We can fix that. We can fix that. We can fix that with a slight adjustment of direction under here. Why is it going totally cuckoo crazy here? Oh, why did I ever choose to stack these? See, this is why I don't like stacking belts, because it just never looks right. Never get the flipping thing looking right. It's alright if you then come off at 90 degrees, but when you want to just like merge off from being stacked to not being stacked, it always looks hideous. Oh no, I'm stuck. This is going to be much better. Ta-da! If in doubt, make it disappear. If in doubt, make it disappear. I know there's proper wall holes for that sort of stuff, but... now, at least as far as it's visible. Boom. Beautiful. Nobody ever needs to know it's crooked as fuck. That took me way longer than it should have done. Oh. We gotta be careful now. All of this is about to turn on unless I'm not careful. Fuel, nitrogen, sulfur, coal. I think we're there, you know. This is full of... We just need to turn the refineries on now. We just need to give it power. Connect the grid. Oh, it's been a long 4 hours. Thank you, Fix-It. We should be able to turn this on. Albeit the fact that we haven't actually run the fuel 2 anywhere yet. But we can get it up and running. Right, I'm going to take a very quick break. And then we're going to turn all of this on. My power grid's going to melt. And we're going to get some rocket fuel production finally. Back in 2. Did Stanley die on the 4-hour mark again? He could have. He could have. I actually do think he has died. Let's before we physically turn the power on, the only last thing we can and probably should do is connect at least the first floor's rocket fuel up, meaning that we're going to pull huge amounts of power when all of this first turns on. I want to make sure that the very second we can start using it, we do, so our power grid doesn't completely melt. I could kind of turn it on in parts to alleviate that, but I think it's probably best if we hook at least some of this up temporarily. I kind of want, what I would kind of like is running boop up the wall, up the side. I want like the pipes for the inputs. Now, all of these are interconnected with each other. No one single floor is ever getting more than 600 fuel. In fact, one floor gets a very 40 times 4, 120 fuel per floor, something along those lines. So I need to configure how and where we plug it in. Now, for turbo fuel, we just plugged it in the middle here. It could be kind of cool to have like a bank of 9 pipes running up the middle, each one going into their own floor. Oh, it's come out looking the same again. Whoops. Is there such thing as wall holes for pipes? Conveyor wall holes. Is there no wall holes for pipes? Is that not a thing? Huh. Wall holes for pipes is not a thing. Interesting. Wall support. Oh, pipeline wall hole. Maybe it is. I don't know how we're beautifying this just yet, but we'll there's part of me that wants to make a feature out of... I want to make a feature out of the fuel lines. Straight enough-ish, maybe. We'll figure this out. I just need the one connected into it now, just so it works, but we will eventually figure out something that looks a bit neater and tidier. My main critical issue now is just getting the thing switched on. Once it's switched on, we'll have headroom to build it as big and as far and as wide as we want. But for now, it just needs to go, go, gadget, go. We'll figure out the rest later. That's at least going to pump rocket fuel then into this floor. At the very least for now. Which will give us whatever one of these times 40 is. 250 times 40. It's 10,000 10,000 a floor. Whatever 10,000, yeah, 10,000 a floor. Right, these lot are connected up. These have actually got power. They're just missing fuel. We need to start connecting some of this together now. Oh my lord, this might be it. It's been a long time coming, but this might be the time we can turn this on and start see it going chug chug and start making us... This is the infrastructure for like 9 floors of this, by the way, for those who missed at the very beginning of the stream. One layer of this is the infrastructure to support 9 levels. So we started building it. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like this thing's going to go to the moon. I wanted to get this in place first. So then every floor we build is just 10,000 more megawatts of juice. Right. Let's start by looking at how we're going to connect the power for all of these. Actually, it might not be a terrible idea to turn these on one row at a time. We don't need more than a single row. Each row actually supports 3 floors, so we don't even need a single row right now. So let's not blow our power grid by connecting everything together just yet. Let's just get the start of it though, shall we? Let's get one of you. And bring you to about here. And connect you in. Boom. Right, you should all start going chug chug. Don't forget to power the sinks, that's true. That's very true. Well done. Thank you for the reminder. We're going to have another power pole over here somewhere. We're not going to connect that in just yet, but you can go to you. And in turn, you can have a connection to the sink. There we go. There's the first sink doing sink business. Let's go and assess the situation at this end of the world. I don't think these are switched on yet, because we haven't made a connection between these two. Oh shit, did I put power pole in this at all? I don't think I powered these at all, did I? My blueprint didn't include power. Okay, where is the power connectors on these? Where is the power connectors on you fellas? There. Ooh, what a horrible place for a power connector. Oh yeah, shit. Unless we power it, I haven't got juice for me flyby. Right, you're switched on. Nitrogen, check. Fuel, check. Why has it got no sulfur? Why for you have no sulfur? Because this belt's being a dick. Is that going to be true for all of them? You're not on because you don't have anything. Oh, you're not on because you don't have power. Boom, everything. Oh my god, we're chugging along. We're blending. We're blending. We're gonna crash because we didn't power this thing up. Please hold. Now we're sinking. Now we're sinking. Now we're chugging. Now we're rocket. Oh, look at it in the pipes. Hello. Look at it go in the pipes. We're storing. We're storing. We're storing. Are they? Okay. Why these not go boom? Why are these not switching on? Do we not have rocket fuel in the pipe? Is it going to take a minute? Is it going to take a minute for it to start filtering through? Probably. It's going up. Does that mean something's doing? Are we a go-go? I can see you in the pipe. There they go. Magic. Right, that's going to take its sweet time, I guess, to filter all the way through. But the production of just one of these banks is more than enough. Obviously, pipes need to fill up, back up, whatever. This is a good thing to note, that my actual supply of sulfur needs to be 1,000 per minute once the whole factory is here. This is clearly not 1,000 per minute, so it's not going to work particularly fantastically right now. Not to mention, the turbo fuel section of this is stealing the lion's share of the sulfur. Which I might put these as, once this is up and running, as it's a far more efficient way of making fuel, I might priority belt these so that the rocket fuel gets priority on the sulfur over the turbo fuel. Priority splitter these, I should say. And we're going to need to upgrade the belt and upgrade the miner for the sulfur. But my goal was to get it on, get A floor working, because we've been a little bit in the bin when it comes to power recently. I want this number to go bigger. Every floor we add is another 10,000 megawatts. So this should slowly rise to about 20,000 by the time all of these turn on. And then once they're all turned on, the pipes will start to back up, because we are producing considerably more rocket fuel than we actually need. We just got to wait for all the, all the storage and stuff to do its thing. Power's my main issue. I figured out this game, right? I figured out that what you in essence do is you fix your power so that you can automate everything that you need from that phase, quickly automate it, let it do its shit in the background whilst you then go fix power again. It's this constant cycle of chasing your tail with power. So obviously you start with biofuel, it's tiddly, you have to run around, pick up shit. Then you automate a few basic things. You realise you run out of power and you're like, right, now I've got to go set up coal. And in the time it takes you to go set up coal, you come back, you've got a nice stockpile of stuff to complete that phase. You complete the phase, you unlock a few new things, and then you unlock oil, and you're like, shit, I've automated some stuff, now I need power again. It's this constant loop of actually building power. This is less of a factory building simulator, more of a power like a power plant simulator. That you're always working towards building the next biggest and best power grid. And in the background, everything's just slowly automating. Now, whilst I've got this, you know, once this is actually up and running, for example, I'll be able to go back to base, complete phase 4, unlock a bunch of stuff, spend the next 10 hours automating the new stuff that we get, then I'll run out of power again, and we'll have to build nuclear. That's the plan. That's the plan, at least. Factorio speedruns often rip to power. Yeah, I think you... fine management of your power is critical. Ironclad aluminum sheets. They come from base aluminum. Setting up aluminum was fun. Setting up aluminum was good fun. Well worth hunting down. Aluminum is a pain in the ass to set up by default. You can really make your process easier if you spend a bit of time finding some alternative recipes from the hard drives. That'll save you a bunch of headache with aluminum. I didn't. I raw dogged it and I went the default recipe route. But since unlocking some of the bonus recipes, I've quickly come to realize that holy, the alt recipes are powerful. Really powerful. We are going to still need to do a little bit of work here to fix this. We need tier 6 belt for starters. This is only tier 4 belt. What's a tier 4 belt when it's at home? Tier 4 belt is a 480 belt. We're only bringing in 480. We need 1,000 technically, but I mean, we've only got 1 floor. We need to build 8 more. I think we've got plenty of time to fix our resource input. This seems to be slowly going from greens to reds, which is good. It's going to take a little while for each one of these to, you know, get their 50 stacks of rocket fuel before they then back up and then share the excess with the next ones. This number's slowly rising. We're up to 14,000. This should not only eventually keep rising to about 20k, but then it should stabilize as well. It's a bit of a tree branch type distribution here. So the ones in the middle and the ones at the front will get their fuel first. The ones in the far corners will be the last 2 to turn on and the last 2 to back up. Now, since we have more power, the easiest way to make this all back up faster is just to turn the other 2 banks on. There's no reason to turn these on. No reason to not have these on. We technically needed to overclock a little bit of this. Or we'll eventually need to overclock a little bit of this. Not until we've got all 8 floors will we need to worry about that. But I've got the maths wrote down. We wrote the maths down on our board. Sulfur's clearly a bit of a struggle here, actually. Clearly our turbo fuel is stealing all our sulfur. But let's see if these are happy. Plenty of crude oil coming into them. They will back up on fuel because it won't have anywhere to go right now. That's probably because of a sulfur related issue. But that's fine. Polymer resin. Why have I got holes in my floor? Holes in my floor all over. What's going on there? Sinking seems to be going fine. No backups particularly per se here. Yeah, these are starting to back up now as they've got nowhere to send the fuel. Because like I said, even 1 bay of this is technically good for 3 floors. But our crude oil supply is Gucci. This is also gonna back up. So there's no reason in my mind now that we've got the extra power starting to come in that we can't connect the rest of it together. So let's turn that bank on, this bank on. This should start producing polymer resin at a redonkulous rate now. How much polymer resin do we produce? 30 per minute per thing. How many of these we've got? 8, 16, 24. What did I say 24 times 30 is? A shitload, but enough that a tier 5 belt should do it. Do these sinks have any sort of like limitation on how quick they can sink stuff? It doesn't look like it's fast as you can belt it in by the looks of things. Okay, I see lots of green lights here, which is good. Happy with lots of green lights here. Let's do some power for these, because we had to do that manually, didn't we? Because I forgot to do it. I forgot to do it when it was on a blueprint. This is a one and done situation anyway. We're never going to need to touch this again. Right, green, green, green. That's cool. They all seem to be getting what they need, doing what they're doing. We are cooking. Beautiful. That should be everything. We should have green lights all over the shop now. Sulfur's going to be a real problem with keeping these up and running right now, but like I said, once this floor is at least up and running, and maybe one more, then I can start stifling the amount of sulfur that the turbo fuel floor takes, because it's using all of my flipping sulfur. It's the only thing that's going to slow this down right now. I don't sink. I would eventually probably try not to, but for now it just fixes a temporary problem. For example, all this compacted coal, this compacted coal, rather than sinking it, I'll probably belt it back and I'll loop that into the turbo fuel layer to begin with. Looping all of it into the turbo fuel will naturally limit the amount of sulfur this takes producing exactly this, the compacted coal. And eventually the compacted coal produced from this will actually fully supply the turbo fuel layer. But the turbo fuel layer is going to literally be... When you look at turbo fuel, like, turbo fuel is so industry heavy compared to the amount of power you get out of it, whereas all of this infrastructure that we built today can technically run 9 floors, so 9 times the amount of power can be generated from the same amount of infrastructure as what turbo fuel was. So this was a beast of infrastructure for like fucking no power whatsoever. That said, I've not properly looked at nuclear yet, and nuclear I think might scare me. I've seen there's lots of ins and lots of outs and lots of moving components with nuclear. That might take me a whole flipping week to figure out, that might. Let's hope we get time to do that though before 11.1 turns up. Right, coal and sulfur is, you know, struggling right now, but that's fine. It's because we just turned all of this on. Turbo fuel in our containers. Let's have a look in the containers. This is starting to fully buffer up now. That should mean that the throughput of this pipe and all of these machines should, unless I've made any clerical errors, all start to be green. I want to see rows of green. Rows of green, rows of green, rows of green, a couple of reds here and there. This is probably just because it's taking a while for it to filter all the way through. It is. But once these all fill up with their rows of 50, they will stop consuming. The pipes will fill up and the rest of it will go. Ooh, that's a bit of a wiggle. Ooh, who put that wiggle in? Who put that wiggle in? Right, well, we'll pretend we didn't see that. Like I said, it'll be this machine and the one over in the other corner that will be the absolutely last ones to turn on. Because, unfortunately, we just got to let the pipes, let the rocket fuel trickle through. One thing I didn't do, which is super important to do, is think about bringing any aluminum over here to package up rocket fuel so that we can use it. Skip turbo fuel, went from coal straight to rocket fuel. Yeah, in future playthroughs I might consider that. Because you can boost your coal quite substantially with oil. So when you're making plastic and when you start off making plastic and you start off making rubber, you produce a lot of byproducts that gives you, what is it? Petroleum coke, which can just be burnt in a coal generator. You get basic fuel. I think I might live on a basic fuel oil plant for a little bit longer. Turbo fuel, in hindsight, was, like I mentioned, an awful lot of stuff to set up for very little actual power gain out of it. To be fair, it did double my power. My regular fuel was about 5,000 megawatts, then adding turbo fuel to it doubled it to 10. But it was probably far more work to double it to 10 than it would have been just to tap another node and duplicate my early fuel. Skipping turbo fuel might be... Skipping turbo fuel is only good if you can get the alternative recipes. Because this is the nitro fuel recipe. Rocket fuel is nowhere near efficient by default. You've got to really get that nitro fuel recipe. Nitro rocket fuel is game changer. Honestly, absolute game changer. 48 coal generators before the switch. Got lucky with an alternative recipe and got the diluted fuel. Yeah, throw some water at it. Yeah, that'll probably do you as well for a while. This is what I like about this game. I feel it's going to actually have quite a lot of replayability. Factorio, once you've got the blueprint, so to say, with Factorio, it's just about doing it and executing it quicker. This is why I think Factorio has a massive speedrun community. Because when you figure shit out, you just got to do it. The equation doesn't change. Satisfactory, the way you progress through the game. Not to mention you've got the 4 different starting zones. I think there's quite a bit more replayability in this. I like a lot. How's this doing then? Is this starting to... We're seeing a lot less reds. This bar is starting to plateau now. Although it has plateaued at only 15,000 in production. I would have assumed it would have gone to about 20 before it stopped. Is the issue now that my first 10,000 megawatts is being a little bit stifled because it's not getting all the materials it feels it should? Is turbo fuel choking? Because it doesn't look like turbo fuel's choking. I still think this production should go up to about 20k before it flatlines. We've added an entire new layer of 40. Let's go look at the ones at the back. Maybe it's the ones at the back aren't working properly yet. No, there's only one that says red. Why do you say red? Why are you red? No connection? Aha. Well, that's a good reason. You're flicking, and you're... Okay, all of these now say green. Oh, wait, hang on. Why are you on a completely separate... Oh! Wait, hold on. Hold on, that'll be why. Haha! That'll be why. Half of these banks aren't connected to the same grid. See? See? Ta-da! Boom! Now we're cooking. Now that makes more sense. They're all switched on and we've got now 20 and a bit. That makes more sense. And that should flatline at this value, roughly. It's not going to completely flatline because we've got geothermal things knocking about. Haha, okay, right. So that should now be... That, in my eyes, is a success. That now means we're producing more turbo fuel than we know what to do with. Make some electric storage. Yeah, now this infrastructure is never going to change. I'm probably just going to build a big battery pack here, I reckon, to store the excess power for a rainy day. And this all should slowly, it's clearly being choked still on sulfur, but it should all still slowly back up and produce. And we're getting some full tanks here, ish. Getting there, getting there, getting there. When the entire system fully backs up, it will be much easier to add a new floor, and we'll just turn it on, and it will be like boom, another 10k power, which will be really nice. Okay, that's really handy. That's really cool. Now it means I can go and do the thing that I kind of really wanted to do first thing today, which was finish phase 4. I haven't this entire time had my nuclear pastas running because the nuclear pasta machine was taking far too much electricity. But now we got electricity in abundance. Ooh, my plastic's looking a bit tight. Plastic's looking a bit sketch. Oh, that's interesting. Plastic could do with an upgrade. Cool, put that on the upgrade list. Right, let's head back to base. Let me go see what the crack is with getting phase 4 stuff done. I have a horrible well, yeah, we're not going to be able to complete phase 4 today, which is a shame because it's going to take me a good hour or so to make these nuclear pastas. That said, I meant to be waiting on a phone call from the wife because it is pizza day today. Not to mention it's pizza day, but there's also an offer, buy one get one free on pizzas. Only when you collect the damn things though. That's annoying. I don't see how that makes any difference when they charge for delivery in the first place. Damn 4 pizzas. I like your thinking. I like your thinking. An alternative, steel canisters. Can't put nitro rocket fuel in a canister, unfortunately, because it's a gas or alternative stitched iron plate. I'm sure they're both useful. Oh no, I'm out of hard drives as well. That's my last hard drive. Ooh-wee, okay. Right, so I can't remember if I did this on stream or not. I'd kind of hacked together as much as possible. Let's just switch this on now. You can go back on. There's no shot you're gonna... You can use all the power you like now, my friend. Please feel free to use all the power. Make me all the pastas. But slooped and slugged This thing goes wild on power consumption. Actually wild. Sloop and slug every aspect of this to get me past as fast as possible. The crafting cost of pizzas is less than the delivery fee. Very clearly. You're slugged and slooped anyway. Right, in theory then, we should be getting 2.5 pastas a minute, assuming this can run optimum. Look at the power consumption of this motherfucker though. Oh my god. Slooped and slugged, this thing is hungry. We might not be able to actually have this fully slooped and slugged. No, it took 14 megawatts and turned itself off. Okay. 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 Our grid was like, nope. It was like, not happening. Okay. Maybe this needs to calm down a little bit. Well, that's all the more annoying. But we will keep it, at the very least, we'll keep it slooped. Right, well, we are going to have to go build more flipping power, aren't we? Either way, 100 of the first things. Have we got 100 of these bad boys? What? What? What's your problem? You've been chunking away for hours. Make a fast battery setup so you don't have this problem. It's on my to-do list, but I'm nearly 5 hours into the stream. I'm not here for much longer. Why have you not been doing? What have you been missing out on? Supercomputers? Did I not give you enough supercomputers? Oh, I must have never given you enough supercomputers. Oh, now I feel real bad. Supercomputers. You don't have any supercomputers. What the flipping doodar's going on? Give me supercomputers. More importantly, give you supercomputers. Go. Right, I need... How many more do I need? 27. 3 a minute. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Pastas are on, albeit slowly. This will cap out at 6,000 because we haven't slugged it. 6,000 shouldn't be a problem. 6,000 will mean it'll just be happy. It can use 6,000 if it wants. It's fucking loud, holy. Planning on some chicken soup. Lumpia with Indonesian stewed beef. Ooh. Sounds interesting. In 10 minutes you have 20 batteries set up and connected. Go. You'll only get 25 supercomputers. No, I'm not trying to build the supercomputers. It's fine. Right, what do batteries take? Wait, can we not search for batteries? What are they called? Power storage. These puppy dogs then connects to a power grid, store excess power produced. The stored power can be harnessed if the power grid consumption exceeds its production. 1,000 megawatts. Storage capacity 100 megawatts for 1 hour. Maximum charge rate 100 megawatts. Maximum discharge rate unlimited. Oh, unlimited power. It can discharge itself. How big are these things? Oh, they're tiddly. Okay. I'm going to build these by where my power grid is, because it just kind of makes sense. Get a quick 10 by 10 grid of these on the go or something. How many is that? 100? 10 megawatts. 10 megawatts to power it. 100 by 100, a 10 by 10 grid. Blueprint it, I think. Blueprint it, stack it high. We got the blueprint thing over here. This area is starting to look really cool now. I know we haven't decorated the power plant, but by the time this is 1, 2... if this is 3 floors, imagine that 3 times as high. So that... it's going to be huge by the time we finished. She's a beast. That's kind of something I can just add a floor, like, casually when I'm watching somebody on stream or something. On lurking K-Check's chat or something, and we'll just add floors to it until the power grid goes higher and higher and higher. Right, let's clear that. Let's get some... I suspect these all need a power connection, don't they? So let's see how many we can squeeze in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe we can do 6 by 6. 6 by 6 maybe. And then if we use a Mark II power pole. Is it Mark II? It'll have to be a Mark III power pole. We can just connect them all up, right? They look like Duracell batteries. Something like that. We can do 6 rows of those. We get a bank of 36. Oh, missing wire. Whoops. Okay. Turns out my my storage isn't big enough for this. I'm not sure, but I think you can daisy chain them. That would make quite the difference if we could. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter really. Oh, flipping 100 wire for each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 6 is 36, right? I need like 6 now, 1,000 wire or something. Let me go get a bunch of wire. I should have an entire container full of it, so it shouldn't be a problem. Back we go. What, have you decided it's time to end the stream, have you, doggo? For reference, they get fed, and they get water, and they get their walk, all before I start my stream in the morning. They get fed twice a day, because they're small female dogs. Big boy dogs, you often only need to feed them once a day, but they're smaller female dogs. They get fed twice a day. She's absolutely fine. Making me look like a bad human. How much of this stuff did I say I needed? Like 3,000, 6,000? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8,000 of that. What else do these things use? If I want to put down 36, I need 360 frames. Right, that'll do, I'm sure. Give me some steel. That thing's flipping loud. Have these things made yet? I'm getting wildly distracted, but have you finished? Boom! How many pastas we got? How are we looking on the pasta front? 13 pastas! In you go, in you go, in you go. Getting there. Right. Back to batteries. Back to batteries. That means that I'm literally just playing the waiting game now until we complete phase 4. As long as it takes us to make the last remaining pastas. It's semi-automated, or should I say it's fueled with enough materials to make the 100 at least. It's not properly automated, but I wanted to unlock stage 5 and see what the hell the last phase of the game is. But Mr. Power Plant over here took a little bit longer than I was expecting it to. And by a little bit longer, it took all flipping day. 5 hours we spent fixing this thing today. Hey, it's been worth it though. When we end up with like 10,000 megawatts of floor, and I can just build the rest of the floors as needed, it's going to be wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. This is a blueprint though that I'm never going to be able to stamp down because I'm never going to have enough materials to just stamp it down. You're in the wrong place. It'll be time for a sphere hunt, maybe. Maybe a Friday evening sphere hunt. Although I'm watching MasterChef with the wife tonight. Not MasterChef, flipping, what do you call it? Great British Menu. Oh, it's going to get hard to see which ones of these I've connected and which ones I haven't. Odds on me making a boo-boo on this? Very high. Although in theory I can count how many connections have been made. So once there's 8 connections, there's only 7 connections. Oh yeah, because that doesn't have a connection. Yeah, the end ones will only have 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and sharing. Yeah, okay. Have I done that row? Yep. Okay, that should be that connected up. That's a nice cheeky little battery bank, eh? Can't argue with that. That's gonna be quite the battery bank. Tileable, stackable, all good. 6x6 battery bank. Set icon. What are these things actually called? Power, those things. There we go. Boom. Save blueprint. You're going to give nuclear a go? Perhaps not for power, but just for testing it out. Yes. Well, obviously I've not seen what comes in the next phase yet and what that entails. But I have every intention of doing nuclear, yeah. You can't play this in... Like, I know nuclear is kind of like the end game, it feels like, for people. You do nuclear and you do prettifying your base. You know what's more of a problem? Is that half of this isn't going to fit in my inventory when I take it down. It's not going to fit. Slug. Where did I get all of these leaves and shit? Oh, yeah, we were doing some forestry, weren't we? That's the problem. Right, clear blueprint designer. Did it fit? Where'd it go? Did I save it? Phew! Woof! That was a close one. That was a close one. Had a heart attack there for a minute. Right, where are we going to put our battery banks then? I don't want to encroach on this area because this is where plastic's going to expand into. I've already basically decided that this is not going to grow any bigger because this is using all the crude oil and has so much room for growth up here that it's fine. So maybe we put our battery bank over here. Should we put some batteries here? Slam some batteries down here. Pave the world. Concrete jungle. Concrete jungle. Boom. Where do we want the power poles? This side? Yeah, there we go. Kaboom! I like blueprints. I'm a fan already. Oh, oh, flipping Nora. Be a Mark II. Time until full. It takes an hour to charge these things? Oh, because they can store an hour's worth of charge. Is that what it is? Okay. Having played Factorio, nuclear didn't seem too bad. It did for the first... did it for the first time this week. Oh, okay. Congrats. One hour, that is fast. How do you mean? Store 100 megawatt out. So is this... Okay, they can charge at 100 megawatts each, and I put down 36. So 3,600 megawatts of power can be assigned to battery storage. And then it can extract that power as fast as needed when it's needed. So this can take 3,500 of our overhead power. Okay, well that's cool. Sure. I might stack a few of these up. Feels like no reason to not stack a few of these up. If they take an hour to charge. And I think, not that I've seen what comes in the next stage yet, but I have a strong suspicion that we're going to use a lot of those particle accelerator doodahs. And those things have wildly fluctuating power consumption. So, having this being rock steady at like 90 to 100 megawatts of consistent power, then with a bunch of backup in case we spike it through the roof at some point. What are we missing? I need 360 modular frames, and I've only got 200. This is my problem. This is my problem. The blueprint's too big. My blueprint's too big, and my cloud storage is too small. Those flipping frames only stack to 50. That's the problem, isn't it? Stacking them would be cool. I would probably like to stack them. But we'll make like a bed of 4 and then maybe see about stacking them. We'll see. I don't know how much battery power we need. Okay, well it turns out I can't flip in. The only thing I can do is this. Which is steal them from there and let my factory replenish them. Because it's probably quicker to let that happen than for me to run back. Pastas are cooking. Let's have a little bit of a last overview of this whilst we're here. All of these are still slightly cooking, which surprises me. I'd have thought these have all like fully backed up. But one thing I haven't done actually is ever done any... I've not done any storage or buffer on... I've not buffered any of the actual fuel. It's like this whole thing is one module. We've buffered things like nitrogen going in. We've buffered rocket fuel coming out, but we haven't buffered any of the intermediate fuel that's produced here, which I think is probably fine. I don't think it really matters. I try not to use buffers all that much, unless, like, aesthetic, you know, unless it's... I kind of use these buffers more than anything else, just to distribute the pipes evenly. It feels like an easier way to distribute the pipes, even though it's technically no different than just getting your pipe work right in the first place. I really want to get rid of these little wiggles. I want to bring these out and down, but I'm not going to bother changing those now, I don't think. Otherwise, these should just be proper full now. The only draw from these now is based on... Yeah, it's all backing up. It's all backing up. It should be good. Have I got enough to stamp another one of these blueprints down yet? Yes. Leave a bit of a gap between them. I don't know why. Just looks nice. So these all charge. Power storage info. What's the difference between these two? Why is this at 4%? Oh, this is my entire grid. This is the individual battery. This is the entire grid. Oh, okay, that's cool. So we'll be fully charged in an hour. We'll have 7,200 megawatt hours of stored charge. That's cool. So for now, that's probably... Why did the consumption of power drop off there? Why did that happen? Is this entirely fluctuating because of that one nuclear pasta business? It probably is, isn't it? That one nuclear pasta machine is using about 6,000 megawatts of juice whenever it needs to. And then as soon as it turns off, it's like... Doof. Alright, that's cool. Right, we got some battery backup. I'm unfortunately just in the waiting game now in regards to nuclear pastas. We will have to continue tomorrow. Shit, it's Friday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll be streaming tomorrow. I do have some stuff I do actually need to do this weekend, but I do think we will be streaming tomorrow. I might spend this evening, I'm kind of half spending this evening with the wife, watch some telly and whatever, but I might tinker with another layer or two of this before we move into the next phase. I will try and reserve moving into the next phase until we're at least live on stream, so we can have a little bit of explore at what's next together. It might be time to start thinking about beautifying this a little bit. I might see what it looks like building the entire structure. It takes me probably 20 minutes, if not more, to build a single layer, so building 7 more of them could take quite a while. Is it 7 more of them? 1? Oh, well, we've actually only built 1. Number 2 is deceptive, because it's not half there. I haven't actually built number 2, I've just made it look like I've built number 2. So yeah, we need 8 more floors, basically. This and 7 more. So this thing is going to be a monster, but it will give me 100,000 megawatts of power. I'm sure. Is that what we start considering gigawatts? What's a gigawatt? It's probably 1,000, isn't it? A gigawatt? I don't know. I do need to go and fix... in fact, let me quickly do this. Not that it really makes a big difference, actually. I was just thinking about turning these into smart splitters so that we can prioritize sulfur to this. But it doesn't actually matter until we've produced the entire tower anyway. And by the time we've produced the entire tower, I won't care about this and will happily just turn it off. We'll leave it there, we'll leave it running because it looks cool. We've still got our coal running, believe it or not, from 1 billion years ago, but it's not doing anything. Kilo, mega, giga, tera, peta. Is that what it is? Okay. So if we go from megawatts to gigawatts, to terawatts to petawatts, I don't think we'll get that high. Not with nuclear even, I think, will we get that high. So what is actually still on the to-do list? Fix sulfur input, double nitrogen pipe, build a fuckload more. That's it. Alright, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I think that's a cracking day's work right there, boys and girls, I think. Oh, I need my jump pack. I'm going to run out of power and die. The only thing I didn't do is swap out my fuel for rocket fuel. But she's looking beautiful. She's looking fine. That was today's effort. All of that was today's effort. All of this was today's effort. Half of this was today's effort. Plugging it all in, getting it switched on. Beautiful stuff. Love it. Right, boys and girls, thank you all for joining today. Like I said, we should be back tomorrow. I do have some stuff to do this weekend, so I might be artificially forced to take a day off. We'll see. If not, you'll catch me same time, same place tomorrow and or maybe Sunday. We'll see. If I don't see you over the weekend, have a wonderful weekend. My Doge says goodbye too, as you can probably see. Come say hi in the Discord if you're not there already. Thank you all for joining. Have a good weekend. I'll see you next time. Peace. For those of you still here, we can do a raid. Who's online? Who's online? Who's online? I mean, Jack, you're more than welcome to do a raid. I don't even know who's online. And my doggo's going crazy. Let me have a quick look. Let's do a quick after show. Quick after show as we find somebody. Fluxo Builds. I've heard of Fluxo Builds before. Should we go say hi to Fluxo Builds? I've seen his stuff on YouTube. Let's go send you lot over there to watch some more Satisfactory. Start raid. Right then, boys and girls. Thanks once again. Have a good one. I'll see you next time. Peace.